There we go. Thank you, Louis. The recording has started. This is the 12th of June, 2021. I am Charles Stewart in Coleman, Texas. This recording is being hosted by FreeConferenceCall.com, and we are just proceeding into our formalities here of asking the God of Abraham to bless our conference here. And so if I might proceed in that manner with an opening prayer. True God Yahweh, Jehovah, champion of truth and justice in the universe, Jehovah of armies is one of your titles. Please guide and direct our thoughts, words, and actions in this collective effort at assembling a Republican form of government as your nation of Israel was originally configured. Help us to bring grassroots accountability to our common people so that our common people may have truth and justice and peace. Please guide and direct all of our thoughts, words, and actions so that we may interact harmoniously and respectfully. And even if where we have differing opinions, help us please to choose our words respectfully so that we can agree to disagree and still maintain respect even with people that we think are seriously behind the curve in comprehending the spiritual side of this battle. Hopefully there will be no serious disruptions in this conference. Please help us to guard against those. And if there are people like that, please help us to quickly and efficiently identify them and to ask them to leave or mute them or whatever is the appropriate steps so that the rest of us may work together efficiently in advancing your holy kingdom of truth and justice and peace on this earth, as did your precious Son, Jesus Yeshua, 2,000 years ago. Please help us to carry on with his good work. And in his precious name we humbly pray these things. Amen.
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 Thank you. Okay. Agenda item 2, preliminary procedural manners. This is the conference for our left-wing community building. If there's serious polarized debate between left-wing and right-wing advocates, the decisions in this conference the last word will be given to the people championing the left-wing side, and then we will shut down further debate because we're not going to tolerate endless debating over and over between the main polarized left-wing and right-wing factions. If there's something that pops our consciousness there and manifests, we'll discuss it later in a next conference that's previously scheduled specifically for resolving such issues. But in here, we resolve issues that are polarized between left and right wing. We resolve them in favor of the left wing. On our Monday conferences once a month, we follow the opposite path, and we've had a few problems in the past, and this is the optimal way that we decided is best to handle those difficulties. So, continuing on in preliminary procedural announcements and things, all people attending herein are presumed to be maintaining the status of qualified electors. This is a unique and special status above and beyond registered voters that most Americans are under the municipal form of government. There's a polarity between Roman Empire, slave trader, municipal form of government that we're presently functioning under, and our Anglo-American common law tradition of responsibly self-governing communities organizing. And we are firmly in favor here of the common law tradition of forming responsibly self-governing communities that actually comes from the Israelite model, the biblical model, and that is diametrically opposed to the Roman Empire slave traders model that has been weaseled into our American system of constitutional government, both state and national. We're expecting to address those issues as the conference unfolds here. Hereunder, everybody's presumed to be a qualified elector. and we make opening calls for, are there any new items, court cases to be placed on our court's docket, or any new agenda items that anyone would like to for us to place on next week's agenda. Anybody? I yield for a moment here. Anybody? Hearing none. Other calls that we like to do at the opening here? Are there any new signatures available on any of our oath of office documents for our town constables, our justice of the peace judicial officers, and our grassroots qualified electors, and also jury verdict documents in some of the cases before us that we've already got the jury verdicts up and for? Is there anybody that has any signatures on any of these documents that they'd like to announce? I yield a moment.
This is David. I think that I might be adding my signature when we get further down into the agenda on the item dealing with that that is being prosecuted in the private by a private prosecutor of Chevron. But I'll wait till we get to that agenda item, and then we'll discuss that. I yield.
Thank you, David. That would be appropriate procedure. And I think, is there anybody that wishes to challenge the qualified elector or affirm any new qualified electors as we're moving to the close of our section 2 of our agenda here? Any testimony about new qualified electors or denials of somebody that's shown real bad behavior that needs to be publicly recognized as not being a qualified elector? Anybody?
May I? Michael in Florida.
Michael. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to name a few people that are now disqualified from being an elector of admirable status, and that would, number one, be Roger Dowdell. His behavior is contrary to freedom. The second would be a person named Paul from Michigan, one of the leaders of the Michigan Assembly. The third person is Charles Pixley of Cape Coral, Florida, who has also demonstrated himself to be less than honorable, less than dishonest. He is part of the Lee County Assembly, and we have much evidence to present in future meetings regarding just a second here. Sorry about the disruption. That was my other phone. Forgive me. What has happened, there has been a lot of very dishonest activity regarding the National Assembly moderated by Roger Dowdell of Manatee County, Florida. And we want to put them on notice. We want to warn the people and expose their dastardly deeds for what they are. And I will be presenting that in the near future, along with other witnesses. I yield.
Point of
That sounds
clarification.
great, Michael. It's not great that we've got people that are not qualified, that are dishonorable, like what you mentioned. But this is the exact cleansing process that needs to be in place if we're going to save our nation. Jesus was doing this. It's a process of separating the sheep from the goats, the people that are truly concerned about liberty and justice and peace for the common people versus those that are just pretending because they've got a different agenda. And unless we separate out those kind of people, we're doomed. So I'm really glad for you taking this courageous stand to be one of the first ones to actually do something like this, and we can construct a web page with those and a few others, like I think Joe Biden, and I would dare suggest even Donald Trump are not qualified electors. But we can at least try to build a consensus on these things, and we can build a web page listing the people that our court, our assembly, basically has consensus that at least a few of these people are definitely not qualified to carry the status of an elector in our American organic body politic here.
So I believe there was a point of clarification.
Okay. Yes. I just wanted to ask, this is David, I wanted to ask Mike, with regard to Roger Dowdell, am I to understand that he is at this time a National Assembly, or are we still dealing with Florida's State Assembly? Because it was about 2 years ago that he and I pretty much had our separation because he was not going to take any interest whatsoever in anything outside of Florida. And that's when, he pretty much said that he wasn't interested in anything I was doing outside of the state of Florida. So he's now involved in a National Assembly, and is that National Assembly the same as the Michigan Assembly, or what? I yield.
Well, if I may, this is Michael in Florida. Roger Dowdell is the moderator of both the Florida Assembly, which really is not an assembly, and he's also the moderator of the national call. And he doesn't seem to have interest in anyone else's problems or projects except his own, and he sacrifices those who help him on the altar of the de facto system. There are two men right now in Manatee County, Florida, that are facing felony charges that Roger Dowdell is involved with, and it's regarding Roger Dowdell's property rights. And he is using these people to be his soldiers. And Roger has not been charged, but they have. And the one gentleman even has a warrant for his arrest. I've been told multiple warrants. And he, too, also has multiple charges, felony charges, against him because of Roger Dowdell's property rights. And Roger refuses to explain his involvement regarding this matter on the national call and on the Florida call. He's had multiple people ask him to explain himself, and he declines to do so. And then he falsely accuses those who ask the question about his involvement as disruptions. He uses that as a way to escape accountability to the questions. So he's being a very deceitful worker, a worker of iniquity. And if there's anything else, you can ask me, David, but that's pretty much it. I yield.
I would only want to maybe ask if I know that you're familiar with Terry, who's now deceased. I forgot what his last name is now, but
Trussell.
Trussell.
Terry
Trussell.
Trussell.
Would it be fair to say that that Terry Trussell got his so-called inspiration to act in the way that he did to expose himself based on his previous interaction with Roger Dowdell, and that he also became basically imprisoned, and that's where he died? I yield.
Yeah, I think that is a factual statement based on the evidence that I am aware of. And Roger is with him that are either in jail or have been in jail or have died in jail. We recently met one man here in Manatee County that spent a year in jail being involved with Roger, and he is not very happy at all with Roger about what happened to him. So there's quite a growing list of victims Roger has that were involved with him. So I think that speaks for itself. I yield.
May I? This is
Thank
Terry.
you. I yield.
Florida.
Can we allow? I think Lewis was next in line here, Terry. We can go to you afterwards.
Yes.
Lewis.
Thank you. Am I? Okay, thank you. Just to make sure I'm not unmuted. Just a point of clarification there, Michael, as well. You mentioned Paul of Michigan. During my involvement with that group, which was some years ago, I believe now 7-8 years ago, I think David had some involvement there as well. There was both a Paul Jr. and a Paul Sr. Would this be Paul Jr.? I don't know if Paul Sr. is even still with us. Again, it's been a number of years. But I'm familiar with that family. There was a Paul Sr., there was a Paul Jr. Paul also had a younger brother, Adam. Do you know which specific Paul that you're referencing at this time? I yield for your response.
No, Lewis, I don't, unfortunately. He would not give his name. I think he did eventually, but the process that took place in Cape Coral, Florida last Saturday was very secretive. There was no transparency. It was a very abusive process that took place. And there was another gentleman as well named Darren that became abusive and was less than honorable in their actions. And they did not represent the spirit of faith and freedom as our founders did. And I would like to add Darren to that list of that I stated earlier. But no, I do not know Paul's last name. He's pretty, I would say it's probably junior, because I would say he's in his 50s, middle 50s. And if you know him from the past, he's a shorter fellow, smaller stature. That's all I can say.
I do.
Describe
that would be, and if there are any calls, if I heard his voice, I would be able to identify him immediately, as he and I are somewhere around the same age. I would also add that regarding the Terry Tressel incident and situation, which is very unfortunate, not only would Roger be perhaps partly responsible of that, but I would go as far as to say John, a.k.a. Darash, or Derek, whichever he's going by at this point, of the National Liberty Alliance, would be the one that was probably most responsible for that unfortunate incident. So that would be John Darash, or a.k.a. John Verderick, of the National Liberty Alliance, which might, in fact, be added to that list. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Lewis.
Here.
Well, this is David. I guess I'll chime in one more time, but I'll wait till Terry Hughes. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Hi, I was just going to add on to the Terry. Sorry, I was just going to add on to the Terry Trussell to say that as far as Roger's involvement, he was part of the grand jury. He was also one of the investigators, so he played a major role in the precursor that led to Terry Trussell's arrest. I yield.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
David?
Yes, I just wanted to echo a little bit since Lewis had mentioned my name associated with the two Pauls. I was never at any of the meetings. However, so I didn't meet either of the two Pauls, at least consciously. However, I have in hearsay at a lot of different meetings heard about the results of their interactions, and I just wanted to say that. And so thank you. I appreciate that opportunity. I yield.
Thanks for clarifying, David. And if I might, Charles, just one question directed towards Mike. Are any of these calls available? Again, if I were to hear the voice, I would be able to identify. Any calls publicly available from the group known as the Assemblies?
Well, some of them are, but that's another problem that we had. One particular call on the Florida conference call that was a very controversial call. Roger is refusing to release the recording. After multiple requests from over 4 or 5 different people, he refuses to release the call. But yeah, you could probably go on their National Assembly website, the Michigan group, and listen to their calls.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lewis. Are there any other comments or questions on this issue?
One further one from David, and that's dealing with John Darash. I've had a similar experience with him. I know, Charles, you and I have had many discussions about John Darash and the National Liberty Alliance, and it's kind of my position. I think you might concur that that John Darash may be something of a COINTELPRO. Got a lot of good stuff. I've used even some of his stuff, but when it comes to affiliations and working with people instead of opposed to people, that I've just found John Darash impossible to work with, and for that reason, I believe that he could be COINTELPRO, and I would concur with Lewis in adding his name to that list. I yield.
Thank you. I'm sure y'all realize that this list can grow real quickly. As long as we're jumping out to John Darash, well, how about Keith Livingway too, and maybe Anna Von Ritz? The list can start growing real quick here. But Michael, if you could send me an email or something with the specific people that that are surrounding Roger there, then we can go ahead and start working from some textual notes of what you said here. And I can go ahead and put those into a web page and perhaps start building with Mr. Darash and the others, and we can start being real serious about calling out the people that are misleading the innocent, the newbies, off into the pit of hell. Where there's no real remedy. It's just an egomaniac mutual admiration society accomplishing nothing of any real value to our American people. Like David was talking, the whole COINTELPRO, FBI, subverting honorable activities is alive and well, and this is one of our biggest problems here. And so, yeah, Michael, if you can work up an email or something when you get home and it's convenient, that would be a real good start, because we definitely need to grow in this particular area. I yield.
Yeah, if I may, Charles. There's a lot of background noise. Somebody's got a lot of background noise. But anyways, I agree completely. And regarding National Liberty Alliance and John Darash, years ago, he appointed me as a state coordinator in Ohio, and then I eventually moved to Florida about almost 6 years ago. And when I got here, I met up with some of the local members in the Charlotte County, Lee County, and Sarasota County area, and very quickly we realized that John Darash was not an honorable man. We caught him editing the recordings. And this was a very serious matter. We tried to hold him accountable, and he would not allow it. He would use the disruption excuse, just like Roger Dowdell and Anna Von Ritz. There seems to be a pattern among these conference call gurus, I like to refer to them. There just seems to be a pattern of behavior that is very suspicious. And I agree with you, Charles. We need to call them out. We need to expose them and to help protect the new people that are involved and the innocent. So I concur and agree completely, and also with Lewis. I yield.
Thank you, Michael. I'm perceiving that we can go ahead and put a wrap on agenda item 2 here and proceed on into agenda item 3, which is the specific cases that are either before our court or are being considered by our court as potentially new cases that would be prime for the technology, the deeper level of insights for quickly and efficiently producing justice for our people. This court is assembled under more modernly developed interpretations of especially the Sixth and the Seventh Amendment to the U.S. Constitutions. This produces serious empowerment that almost nobody in the USA is talking about, but we're talking about them here because we can accomplish due process of law on our own in very quick and efficient manners, and almost all of the courts do not follow real due process of law. So we're head and shoulders above most of the other courts in the USA. And we can bring forth justice in a much more quick and efficient manner. The only lingering issue is enforcement. That's the singular lingering issue, and we will address that as time goes on too. But in terms of 3.1, agenda item 3, 3.1 is our one of our really first formal case brought before our court, the coronavirus military police state overreaction and treason complaint. We regularly talk about that and at least touch on it. We've got a partial jury verdict already constructed. We've got a complaint already constructed that shows the nature of the complaint. It's not really seriously confrontational. We're just declaring that it's all a big fraud and that our American people have the right to resist with force any government officers that try to do forcible vaccinations and a few things like that. We're not moving to issue arrest warrants against any of the conspirators, but that may be in the future of this case. So anyway, the web links are in the email there, we should probably move on fairly quickly, but I'll pause for a moment if there's any questions or comments about all that.
I have one. This is David. I just wanted to point out that since this has come up, that there has been investigative news stories exposing more factual evidence about Fauci's association with the National Institute of Health and the financing from the National Institute of Health to the lab, which has been associated with the bioterrorism, and that there's also been a recent story done by the Epoch Times that has basically said that the military, United States military, has been adapting an anti-American dealing with trainings and critical race theories and other kinds of stuff. And based on those two ingredients as it relates to this particular agenda item, I'd like to go ahead and add my name onto the list of jurors to qualified electors to put my name on this. I yield.
Yes. The center link in the email there in this section of our agenda has our model jury verdict with a number of jurors already listed. We've got about 6 of the 12 jurors that we need that are affirming this fairly docile jury verdict. And I think your name might already be on there, David. I don't know if I updated it. I think you mentioned you volunteered to be one of our jurors before. And as people get opportunity to review that would be good for others to add to too. Were you saying something, David?
Only that if you can double check, because if it's not on there, I'd like to have it added. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do it right now.
If I may, I've got a question.
Lewis, yes.
David, you mentioned critical race theory in your statement regarding this matter, and I simply don't see the relevance there. How do you see critical race theory even interacting with this topic here? And if not, what negatives do you have regarding critical race theory? I yield.
Well, in the interest of Charles's initial statement of, we're ready to move on to the next agenda item, I'd like to reserve that either for a private conference or for a different day and time. Thank you.
I would suggest that we not do that because you actually mentioned it during this statement. See, and when statements like that are allowed to stand, they often are taking as statements of matters of fact because they weren't rebutted in any form, at that time. So if we need to move on, I can agree with that. However, again, you mentioned that, and what I'm seeing is, and what I'm hearing is a lot of people mention the critical race theory, and it's really out of context. And I question, do these people that are speaking of critical race theory even know what that means before they begin to discuss it? So since it was kind of grouped in, I wanted to specifically identify that. And if you'd like to remove that statement, the critical race theory, from your prior statement, I would be in complete agreement, and then we can have a discussion at some point in time regarding that. But I'm hearing that a lot lately, and it's really a bit frustrating. I yield for any response. Well, prior to that, if David can, if he has any response, and then we can open the floor regarding that matter if Charles has no objections.
Well, in hearing no objection, I do have a response to that, and I will not withdraw my statement. What I will say is that it's a matter of fact as far as my opinion goes, and in common law, I'm entitled to my opinion, and that's based on an opinion. Any juror can, based on their own set of facts or based on their own viewpoint, based on their own view of those facts, whether they are accurate in the eyes of somebody else or not, they are accurate enough for me in the common law to make my statement as it's been stated, and I have only take issue with somebody trying to force me into a public arena to discuss this matter further as a matter of their facts versus my fact, because I don't see it as relevant in my having stated opinion in the common law with regard to this particular issue. I yield.
Okay, with that, I would completely disagree. I agree with you that that is your opinion, your statement, and I did not disagree with that. What I asked you to was expound on that, why you feel that way regarding critical race theory. What did it have to do with this particular topic? But even if not this topic, what issues do you have with the critical race theories? And I would start there. What is your vision? How do you identify critical race theory? And I will tell you mine, and we can make sure that we're on the same page in order that we might have an intelligent discussion. But to throw that in and group that in when we are discussing the coronavirus case completely threw me. I don't see the relevance of the two, and I was asking you to expound on that. I yield.
If I may suggest a solution, can we postpone this discussion at least until Lewis's section in the issues where we're talking Dred Scott versus Sanford, which does get into the issues of race, and perhaps we can, Lewis can invite at that juncture the discussion of this critical race theory as a friendly amendment to the general Dred Scott versus Stanford issue that's already in Section 3.4 of our agenda.
No objection.
That sounds agreeable to me.
Thank you. Terry, did you have a comment that you wanted to slip in there on this issue?
Yeah, when the I'm not sure the gentleman's name, not Dave, the other gentleman, when he asked why the critical race theory was, why did he bring it up in the discussion of our military and how it relates to talking about vaccinations? And I was just going to say that it's important to understand that critical race theory under the Biden administration is being taught and trained to all in our government, in the executive branch, critical race theory, and it has its foundation in Marxism. So that alone is not. It cannot have its basis anywhere in our country, in our judicial system, in our military, and in our common law. So unfortunately, critical racism has its tentacles in every single part of our country these days, including our military, including vaccinations in our schools, in our media, and I think you get the point. I yield, and that's why it's very important to recognize critical race theory for what it is and where it is been embedded in our country. I yield.
Now, this is
okay,
David.
I would like further discussion.
Because I agree with that, and based on the fact that this particular agenda item 3.1 does reference not just coronavirus, but also military police. And I believe that, as Terry had just alluded to, and that is that the military police state have got tentacles in all these different areas because it is controlling, and so that is a great weight in the reason why I mentioned this stuff about the CRT, critical race theory. I yield.
And if I may, Charles, have a last statement before we pause this to Section 3.4. I believe this does need further discussion because I believe that there is education needed on this call regarding critical race theory. I have heard those talking points regarding its roots in Marxism, but there definitely needs to be some education as to what critical race theory is. And rightfully so, it needs to be taught in every avenue of government, public, and private sector. So I will look forward to our conversation at Section 3.1. I yield.
Thank you, Lewis.
This is Terry. May I?
Or 3.4. We will be able to have further discussion in Section 3.4.
May I? This is Terry. I know I'm new to this call. I know I'm new to this call, and I do know that at the beginning you said that when we have a disagreement that we give the, I'm not sure the language you use, we defer to the left? Is that the language you use? When you have a disagreement?
That is the language I use, yes.
So I don't really know what you mean by left and right. I only know my understanding of left and right. But if that's the case, I think we should defer to this left that you talk about and move on. Thank you.
We are, and we're going to revisit the issue just a little bit further down in our agenda here, so that we're firmly putting the coronavirus issue on our accomplished items as we're going through our agenda here. We're going to go to election fraud and grand jury process here in our next item, and then just one or two down farther past that is Dred Scott versus Stanford, and that is where we will revisit this issue so that we can have a bit more full discussion like Lewis was suggesting here. So if there's no objection, hopefully we can put a wrap on our coronavirus military police state overreaction and treason complaint, and move on to our election fraud conspiracy complaint together with the obstruction of grand jury process complaint. I don't see Brother Paul Nally with us here. I hope he didn't. I hope he's okay. But Michael, you're the you and Paul are basically the ones in support of this double agenda item issue. Michael, would you like to give a status report on these two issues, and if you know if Paul's okay or if maybe he's not going to be able to join with us this evening? I yield.
Well, I'm not sure where Paul is. He was on the Georgia voter integrity call this morning, so I'm not sure where he's at. I know he does have a Saturday afternoon event, but anyways, we did get a response from the federal court in the Middle District of Florida, and they, on an issue of technical reason, they denied our petition, but it's only a temporary denial. We're going to be correcting the petition, but there's a lot of background noise. Somebody's unmuted and they're banging pots and pans around.
Yes, please mute in the background there if you're not using the phone. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, thank you. We are continuing our effort to petition for a grand jury in 8 different states, and we're going to add to that state number probably this week the state of Kansas and the state of Oklahoma, because they seem to be a very favorable state demographically to the Christian conservative viewpoint. And we hope to harness that strength, and that's basically it. In the state of Georgia, they're moving forward with examining the ballots. Arizona finished their count yesterday, and now they're going after more of the forensic side of the effort. I know there's a lot of activity in Michigan to get a forensic audit, and also in Pennsylvania. The momentum is building because of what they have found in Arizona, and this is very encouraging for truth and honesty in the election process. So this needs to continue. We advocate for it and look forward to the results, because we're confident the results will show what we have all suspected. Well, most of us have suspected for quite a long time. But that's all I have to say on the matter at this time. I yield.
If I may, this is David. Am I to understand that as long as this thing has been an agenda item, that there has been no ability to organize or have a grand jury to look at this complaint? That's directed to
Not
Mike.
yet. Yeah, that has not happened yet. That's correct. But we still are continuing the process for petitioning of a grand jury, and we believe that it will eventually happen. As more evidence is uncovered, the call for a grand jury will get stronger and by more people. So we want to have in place a petition that is already sitting there in federal court, And we're also doing it in state court in Arizona because of the controversy there with the local county board of supervisors. We feel that a state grand jury would be more appropriate in Arizona. So it's continuing, and I am confident that we will achieve it eventually. I yield.
In that case, it's my belief, although I don't have the evidence and not going to go seek it right now, that there probably is both state and federal grand juries that are happening in the numerous states, or maybe whatever state that this election fraud conspiracy complaint is being petitioned. And so based on that and the length of time that this has been outstanding, it looks like an obstruction of access to a grand jury to me, and so I would like to have my name added to that list, if it's not already, and I don't think it is. So, Charles, would you please accommodate me in helping make sure that my name's on that? I yield.
Sure.
Charles, if I may, I have an inquiry to make of David.
Go ahead, Michael.
David, would you like your name added to the federal petitions for the grand jury as well in the 8 states?
Right now, I would say no on this public forum here, but I'd have to look at that, as a separate item. But right now, as far as this agenda item 3.2.1, I will say yes. But to your secondary motion there, I'll pass for the time being. I yield.
Well, your suspicion is very accurate in regard to Georgia. Georgia has obstructed our right to due process, and we have on file that case before the federal court. And the more names we have petitioning for that grand jury, the better off we are. And I would encourage you to go to our website and examine the Georgia grand jury petition. That address for that website is countycongress.com, and just go to the navigation bar, click on grand jury petitions. When the drop down pops down there, just click on Georgia, and you can read it for yourself. It was drafted by former Judge Paul Nally. I yield.
Yeah, if I may, just to point out, Mike, that now, number one, that's a state grand jury, and I'm in a different state. That being said, 18 U.S.C. Section 3332 is for the federal special grand jury, and that particular federal law says that the special grand jury has not only the right but the duty to make an outstanding call for all crimes that have been committed within their district. So within that Georgia district, or wherever you're talking about, there is already by law an outstanding call by the federal special grand jury of that district that says, give us your crimes. And if you've got people that are trying to give that special grand jury the crimes and they are being obstructed from doing that, that is a crime that's already been committed. And that's what I'm talking about right here in supporting this particular agenda item. I yield.
Yeah, we're very aware of that, and it's federal court in Georgia that we applied for the petition of the grand jury. And the fact that it's
I disagree. I disagree, because that 18 U.S.C. Section 3332 says that organized special grand jury has an outstanding duty to make the call, which is they've already done it by statute. If they are organized, and they are organized at all times at the state level, dealing with the federal level of that district, that they've got to call out. They are organized. They've got to call out. And
if I may, point of order, David. Point of order, please. I'm not understanding what you disagree with. I don't find that to be consistent with the facts. Could you explain what it is you're disagreeing with?
I didn't say I disagreed. I said that I'm clarifying that anybody, that you and me, that's not the federal court that you referred to. You said a petition is in a federal court, and I'm saying that the petition in a federal court is not part of that 18 U.S.C. Section 3332. You will not find it anywhere in there, and that we, as the people, have every right on the spot to go and tell the prosecutor of that federal district that we have every right and we want to have contact with that particular special grand jury to report a crime that they've already asked to receive, and that there is no need to go to a federal court. Anybody who is barring somebody from walking in to the prosecutor's office and just telling the prosecutor, I want to see that special grand jury to report a crime, that if that prosecutor obstructs that ability for that person to go in and talk to that grand jury about the crime, that prosecutor is in obstruction, and that nobody has to go to a federal court. You look it up, 18 U.S.C. Section 3332. So I'm not disagreeing with anything other than your wording that there seems to be some detour that has to go on to go to a petition to a federal court, and then in order for the people to get to we the people of a grand jury. I yield.
No, I think you need to talk to Judge Nally. He was the one that did it. So anyways, to further the meeting today, let's just maybe talk about this aside privately. You're not completely understanding something, and we'll talk about it later. So I yield.
Well, I find a problem with being blamed for the one at not understanding something, but I'm not going to belabor that issue here, and so I will yield at this time, but I reject that statement.
Thank you.
Greetings, Charles. If we may, we've been joined
in this issue, I think. I look forward to when we might talk with Paul Nally about it so that we can get a clearer picture exactly what the point of contention might be here. Michael, can we go ahead and move on to our next agenda item then?
Yeah, sure we can. I yield. Thank you.
And Charles, if you would, just a moment. We've been joined by someone, last 4 digits of the number dialing in is 5115. Greetings. Would you care to introduce yourself?
Greetings, David from Texas.
Greetings, David. Thank you.
Welcome, David. Good to hear you here. Our next agenda item, massive court corruption complaint in Michigan, plaintiff David Scheid. I understand you're making a bit of progress in your numerous complaints here. Would you like to give us a summary of the progress you're making there, David?
Yes. Could you just repeat? I was taking my microphone off, and the system said you are unmuted at the very same time that you said you were making some progress, and then I didn't really hear what came after that.
You're making progress with your complaint of massive court corruption in Michigan.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Well, as I mentioned before, I filed this case again, except I expanded on it in the federal court of South Dakota, and without getting into a whole lot of details, I got a docket sheet with the date stamp copies of all of my pages, including my correspondence as docket items with the clerk of the court, exposing how they had initially sent this whole case back to me, and then they sent me the postage prepaid so that I could send it back to them once they understood that I was a disabled quad amputee, and it was not appropriate for them to be demanding that I provide what they called a hard signature, handwritten, when all lawyers, as a monopoly, having a monopoly on the federal and state courts, otherwise have the ability to just do the /S/ and they're followed by a printed name as their entitlement. And in fact, the clerk of the court did the same. Well, what in the long run, when they filed all my documents and sent this stuff back to me, they also sent me a copy of the docket sheet. And even though on my front page, cover page of the original complaint, I had demand for jury trial, this docket sheet, as it was prepared by the clerk of the court, not only did it indicate that this case had been sealed, but it also showed that that I had where it said jury demand : it said none. And then it also, even though I had filed this case sui juris, they had put me on the docket sheet as having filed this pro per. They also said I was representing this case, a case of David Scheid versus United States of America et al., represented by David Scheid. And so I took issue with the fact that I am not representing anything. I am presenting it, and not representing it. And then they also had me listed down as a plaintiff, and the others as the defendants, when I made it very clear that I am filing as a beneficiary and they are trustees. And so I'm putting this clearly in common law in an Article 3 court. They also had on the docket sheet that this was a civil case number, when I had very clearly filed this in an Article 3 court of record. And so all of these language barriers that are used to weaponize things against we the people, and I've seen it time and time again, except this time I'm going to be calling it out as I see it in real time. And so I did, in the form of a motion to, it was an objection to the sealing of this case, and I've got all the background for that. I based that on the fact that this case was basically, by statute, it was, they're trying to follow a rule which takes away from my rights, and that's a violation of the Rules Enabling Act of 1934. And so I'm creating I'm calling out a case discrepancy between two laws, one being the Rules Enabling Act and the other being the law that they are supposedly using, but not exposing the law that they're using, because they want to make it harder for me to understand what's going on, although I do understand what's going on. Because there has been no precedence in this type of thing, that it is a setup for a potential case to take to the U.S. Supreme Court for them to decide on something that they've never decided yet on purpose. So as I take this thing through, I am basically just keeping this jury apprised as to, as I've done just last, what day is today? Just a few days ago, 3 days ago, I met with the South Dakota State House of Representatives in Congress, and I met at the very same time with the senator of this state, at least their reps in their office, because they personally were in Washington D.C. But we had a nice hour-and-a-half discussion on this critical case, and you know, their position, as I was expecting, I totally was expecting it. Their position is, well, as long as I'm in court, they won't touch it with a 10-foot pole because they have to observe the separation of powers, which is something that, you know, there is no separation of powers, particularly in the state of Michigan, when everybody's going through the proverbial revolving door and, you know, acting like three men in a bathtub. And so, at any rate, I am keeping this. I asked the senator and congressman's office to keep things apprised as to what I'm doing. Pay attention, because things are only going to be getting deeper, and I don't want them to get confused later on because they got too much information to start paying attention. And that's what I'm asking this court to do as well, is to watch what I'm doing. Pay attention, so that you know, down the line, I'm not asking everybody to read a whole boatload of stuff. That you'll be apprised of what's going on right now. I yield.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions or comments about David's summary of his case, sir? Hearing none. David, I would like to mention, it seems to me that it might be good to try to start working on a jury verdict document that is describing some of the judgments in your favor that you would like to have. Maybe start out soft without asking for any arrest warrants right away. But you know, to just kind of get people used to the idea of, you were talking about, it is a very large case, but if people can start looking at what you're looking for from our community to help you start advancing, getting some justice and firm resolution to the issues, the multitude of issues, just a few of them anyway, to start out with, so that people can start moving forward with helping you with your case here. I'd like to make a friendly suggestion to that point, that maybe you just consider some specific points that would fit good in a jury verdict document. So I yield. Comments there, David?
My only comment is that, you know, because of certain events that took place with U-Haul, and digging into my bank account and some other things when I paid cash for the move to get out of the state of Michigan as a crime victim and now a refugee, and that I acknowledge what you just got through saying, Charles, but I am right now preparing to file a completely separate case in the federal court here, dealing with U-Haul, and so I've got that. I still have some you know, things that, you know, I moved here to get out of Michigan to recover from being victimized for a long period of time, and so, you know, last night I happened to go to a nice rodeo with cowboys that are about 40 of them riding bulls, and it was totally entertaining and was a chance for me to get out and do some of the things I like to do. And I'm setting my priorities, and if other people of this jury, this court, don't want to get on the bandwagon now and help me as a disabled individual and a crime victim to assist me in the ways that you are looking for me to get the ball rolling in this beyond the way I've rolled it so far for the last 18 years, I just have it at a lower place on my priority list as well. So I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I guess we'll just follow God's Holy Spirit there, and we do look forward to when you might have more time to help us work your massive case into something that's we can digest and move forward with more efficiently. And of course, we'll continue doing what we can to help you, as all of us are very concerned about our time and energy resources being used to their maximum benefit to help us save our country from the evil empire, in which your case is definitely a significant component. But then, if there's no objection, can we move on to Section 3.4 here? Is there any objection? Hearing none. Section 3.4 is Lewis's case concerning Dred Scott versus Sanford, and definitely therein talking about the institutionalized racism is all part of the package that Lewis is complaining about in this Dred Scott versus Sanford issue. And as I recall, my memory sometimes goes fuzzy on me, but earlier on here we were talking about the so-called, quote, critical race theory, unquote, and I think we accepted a friendly amendment to just merge that with Lewis's section here, talking about institutionalized racism. And at that point, Lewis, would you like to step up and build on this Dred Scott versus Stanford and institutionalized racism complaint by way of incorporating also this critical race theory issue? Go ahead and take the microphone here, Lewis.
Okay, I will. Thank you, Charles, for being given the floor. And let me say first that I do recognize that this is a polarizing topic. And, recognizing that, I want to first say that I'm still working on my complaint for judicial review, as I'm seeking some input from other members of the Wayne County and Michigan General Assembly before bringing that forward to the jury here. And as Charles mentioned, that the peculiar institution of institutionalized racism as being a direct result thereof. I'm also monitoring the chat here, and I see that Nikki has put in a few comments in the chat regarding Wall Street investing in death, basically. But one thing that you mentioned here, Nikki, that I must strongly disagree with is, as for the race matter, color doesn't matter. First, I will use that word race here so everyone, we are in agreement. However, I think that's a word that's used in error. I think that there is one race, which is the human race. So when people use the word race, I really think that what they're referring to is ethnicity. And I will tell you this, ethnicity does matter. I am very familiar with Wall Street investing in death. As from 2001 to a little over 2011, I was an insurance broker, contracted with over 20, and in fact at my peak it was 23 different insurers of both life, disability, and health insurance. And I will tell you this, ethnicity does matter. Ethnicity matters in healthcare, education, policing, housing, finance, business. There is not an area of life that ethnicity does not matter in. In fact, the NFL just last week, the National Football League, just agreed to stop using what they refer to as race norming in their decisions in terms of a $1 billion lawsuit, concussion lawsuit, where they actually held that African Americans or others that are referred to as black had less cognizant ability, any non-white, than to white. And as such, they were using what they called race norming to deny people of insurance claims regarding concussions. Now, we spoke of critical race, so to say that it doesn't matter, no, that's incorrect. It matters in every facet of one's life. We talked earlier about the critical race theory, and the critical race theory is what I believe that a lot of some of these Republican legislatures in the de facto are voting on without knowing what it is, and not debating if it has its roots in Marxism, not debating that at all. It came into existence as a pushback against those that stated that racism no longer existed, and therefore affirmative action was no longer necessary. So it goes back to the roots of the 60s and the 70s. Its immediate precursor was the critical legal studies movement, which dedicated itself to examining how the law and legal institutions serve the interests of the wealthy and the powerful at the expense of the poor and the marginalized. So critical race theory actually took it one step further. And what it is, and this is fact, and anyone can look up anything that I'm stating and challenge me at a later date and time on any of our calls, but it's a movement, organized, framework, basically, of a legal analysis, which is based on the premise that race, again, I think that word is used in error there, it should be ethnicity, is not a natural, biologically grounded feature of physically distinct subgroups of human beings, but in fact is a socially constructed, in other words, culturally invented category that is used to oppress and exploit people of color. Critical race theorists hold that the law, specifically, and legal institutions in the United States are inherently racist in so as far as they function to create and maintain social, economic, and political inequities between whites and non-whites, especially African Americans. So that is what critical race theory is. Fact. So when someone says, I'm against that, I'm going to question that as to why you are against something like that, when factually that can be proven. So that, I believe, is a part of and a reason for the judicial review by a common law jury of the Dred Scott versus Sanford decision, which I believe gives the de facto its foundation judicially, okay, for the position, which spills over, obviously, into the law and legal institutions in the United States being inherently racist. So why something like that would not be taught at the primary and secondary education level is beyond me, and I actually come from a family of educators. Both of my younger sisters are educators. My father actually came out of retirement to tutor other professors at the college level that are educators in mathematics. But even though mathematics was his specialty, this matters in every facet of one's life, of any people which would be considered peoples of color, which is a phrase that my mother actually detests. However, I believe it's relevant in this conversation. So with that, I yield. For any questions, any comments, or any concerns, I yield.
Anybody?
Well, given that nobody else has spoken up, this is David. I'd like to qualify anything that I say after this qualification by just stating that I am no longer in Michigan. I've not been an assembly member of Wayne County or Michigan for a very long time. And so by virtue of previous conversations I've had with Lewis, the stuff that I have to say pretty much isn't relevant to what either Michigan or the General Assembly of Wayne County is going to be doing with this information as it pertains to finishing this unfinished proposal that is delineated as 3.4 on your agenda item. So with that being said, I will say that in all the references to political, social, and financial and all the other kind of stuff, that the CRT is supposed to be relevant to, that those very same political, social, and financial aspects are also very relevant to to events that have occurred since time before mine in antiquity regarding slavery, period. Whether you are a Jew, all in European terms, or as opposed to, like the Romans and the Hebrew, they were also without regard to so-called race, but more associated with religion, and there's other qualifications too that are outside of the singly narrow-minded, pinpointed thing of race. And here in America, it seems to be critically pinpointed to, as Lewis had just said, black versus white, the two opposites of the color spectrum, but also has been more even refined, or I shall say targeted, to which I've personally experienced in the state of Michigan, and as part of my federal case, that has been targeted to the so-called white supremacist. That's the term that they use. Other people use the Nazi, whatever. So based on all of that, that is what another interpretation. Now, like I say, everybody got their own interpretation of this so-called critical race theory, but my interpretation of it is that having understood the Dred Scott versus Sanford case, I would be better able to argue in favor of Lewis's premise for having this agenda item in the first place, based on the fact that that particular case had determined that black people are less than a whole when compared to other people, period. And that they are using that the assumption is that white America is using that as a basis for critical race theory, to go back into a deeper time than Columbus and all the other kind of stuff, to assert that America's history really started with the bringing over of the slaves to America, as I understand it. And I'm not the authority on that, and certainly not an authority that anybody in Wayne County or the state of Michigan, as I qualified before, is not going to listen to anyway. So, but with regard to my understanding, and it's a personal opinion based on my research, and I don't think I'm too dumb on this subject, because I have looked into it, and so it is one where the basis of the Stanford case, the Dred Scott case, is one where there was a determination, a formal determination by the idiotic Supreme Court of the United States that black people are less than a whole when it comes to elections and all the other kind of stuff. So, based on that, once this thing gets finished, I would like to consider adding my name to support this particular agenda item in this court for the reasons that I just got through saying, but not because of critical race theory being associated with this particular thing as it regards to white being the end all as the reason why everybody's got a problem. I yield.
If I may respond to that, and I make my response briefly. The very first Civil Rights Act states that others are to be treated as white. So it is established that there were whites and non-whites. period. That is an established fact in history and within documents which I can point to and put your finger on. Everything else is an opinion. Now, the critical race theorist, again, is a framework of legal analysis based on a particular premise. That's it. But they hold that law and legal institutions of the United States are inherently racist, in so as far as they function to create and maintain social, economic, and political inequalities between whites and non-whites, again, which can be established by the very first Civil Rights Act of the country. And they use the words white. So others are being able to, the formerly enslaved people are to be dealt with and have the same benefits and privileges as white people. That is in writing. So to ignore that, to me, is simply nonsensical when it's there in writing. So I appreciate you being willing to put your name to the complaint based upon the content of the Scott versus Sanford complaint in terms of the judicial review, but to ignore the fact that a standard of whiteness and non-whiteness has been established by the de facto corporation in as far back as 1861 is nonsensical. It's factual. With that, I yield.
And I might only just add that it's just as nonsensical to me for all the people who are advocating for critical race theory as being relegated to only race and only to and while disregarding the fact that this has happened since time before mind in antiquity, with regard to slavery in general, whether it's regard to race, whether it's regard to religion, whether it's regard to disabled people, whether it's regard to many other different forms of discrimination. That is just as insane, or whatever word you used. It runs along the same line of narrow-mindedness. That disregarding the white issue is just as narrow-minded as disregarding the religious issue, the disability issue, all the other forms of discrimination. I yield.
And if I may, I would consider that what's called whataboutism. And I do not partake in whataboutism. We need to deal with specific issues and then move on to the next issue and attack it with the same veracity as we would anything else. But to group everything together, no, that's whataboutism. What about this? What about that? We're talking about a specific issue. We deal with that issue. Then we move on to the next issue with the same energy and effort. So once someone says, listen, I want to see that same energy when we discuss this matter or that matter, I'm in agreement there. But don't what about me, when we're talking about a specific issue with institutionalized racism in terms of people of color. I yield.
Thank you.
Well, then, next time I'm talking about a different issue altogether, dealing with agenda item number 1. Let's not get into the what about
David, can you just let the sleeping dog lie? Can we move on?
Right. Well, I'm in agreement. I'm just saying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Let's just
I
be consistent.
We already comprehended that we've got a fundamental difference here. I like Lewis's wording. We'll get into the specifics in future conferences so that we can get to the merit of what's really bothering both camps. But I don't think it's healthy to inflame issues in the past that perhaps poor choice of words or something. If I think we're all looking for truth and justice here, and if we can just kind of let the inflammatory parts die down as we're moving forward and focusing more specifically on the real issues in contention, I think that's a good way to progress here. And
I concur.
If I've got your, pardon me.
I concur
I'd like to ask
yield.
Louis and David if we can go ahead and move on to the next item in the agenda here. David and Louis, do I have your approval for that?
I yield. No objection.
Thank you, Louis.
For the third time, I will say I concur and I yield.
Thank you, David. I don't believe our next agenda item is 3.5, the corruption complaint in the courts of Nevada. Chris Cave is the plaintiff there. I don't see Chris in our list of attendees. Chris, are you here? I don't see Chris here. I think we should move on to agenda item 3.6, which is a new case that I've added recently, the Stephen Doziger case. He's an attorney that is obtained the sympathies of left-wing socialist Chris Hedges, who is very prominent and very beneficial view, I believe. I quibble with him on some of these socialism issues, but generally speaking, this is really good work. The big ugly corporations of the oil corporations are bullying their way through the courts, and this is a bar member attorney that is standing up against the massive pollution in Central America mostly that the oil corporations are doing, and he's basically under house arrest, I believe, as a result of his patriotic activities, trying to bring accountability to these big ugly corporations that are destroying the environment. And there's a couple of web links in this description here, and I think we should probably move along fairly quickly, but I would like to allow a little bit of opportunity to talk just a little bit about this case. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this case?
Well, I'm sorry to Bogart. This is David. I do have an opinion of that Charles, you and I talked about that about an hour before we started this call, conference call here. I'm dead set against attorneys. I am also not so keen on Americans going over to other countries, including the corporations, or especially the corporations with their power and their money, and throwing their weight around in other countries and getting involved in other people's business. But it is an environmental issue of concern, and certainly the people that are being subjected in this other country to this abuse of power that has been reported and has even gone to trial apparently and resulted in the favor in verdicts to the favor of those victims. That what's going on is that because I did educate myself a little further on this by watching a video and kind of looking into some reading. And it appears that this American company, oil company Chevron, which used to be called Texaco, is employing private prosecutors to go after this attorney in a federal court, which I find to be very interesting. But it ends up being kind of a double-edged sword for this attorney, because on one hand, he's used his law degree and his clout as one of the bar monopoly members of this, bar to help somebody in another country, and he's being victimized by a corporation, a huge corporation, which is a big part of the problem here in America. But the interesting part is, and the other part of the sword is, that this corporation is utilizing a common law tactic of private prosecutions that I have spent loads of time researching. As much as Charles has been researching the common law, I have been going after research on the private prosecution, our right to privately prosecute our own cases. And here we've got a prime example of an oil company and their people doing their own private prosecutions because the federal prosecutors have refused to prosecute this guy. And so we've got a classic example here now that we can utilize somehow, not to the advantage of this attorney, but maybe we could figure that out, how this could be a win-win situation for us and them and this guy, to help each other, to point out, number one, that we do, as we the people, have the right to our own private prosecutions. We don't need their federal courts. We don't need their federal prosecutors. We can do this ourselves. We can have our own grand juries. We can have our own trials. And this is the perfect example to compare to. So I'd like to open up that part of the discussion and see if we can go anywhere with it. I yield.
Thank you, David. Comments, questions? Anybody else? Hearing none. I do think this case has a lot of potential, and I'm glad you're enthused about it and you did some research on it, David. But we're getting to a little bit close to our 2-hour end of our business meeting mark, and we can revisit this in other cases as we continue on forward. For the time being, let's continue on with the other cases. We've got a number of cases and some issues after our list of cases here too that I'd hope to at least touch on them all before the end of our business meeting. So if there's no objection, I'd like to move on to issue number 3.8. Again, is there any objection to my moving on here? Hearing none. Joe Gilberti has a number of court cases in which I do believe he could use our help. And he's been on our conference before at the invitation of Michael Zarzano. Joe's case is very massive, and it affects it's touching on a lot of different issues, similar to what David's got going. And David, similarly as Michael, has interacted with Joe Gilberti at least a little bit about his individual cases here. So I'd like to invite Michael, David, or anybody else that's familiar with Joe's case to just briefly maybe make a statement or two about what we can do to perhaps help Joe move forward with his case. Is there anybody that would like to comment on Joe's case here a little bit?
Mike, do you want to go first?
Not necessarily. Go ahead, David.
Okay. I talked more about this particular case on that Monday call, on the right-wing call. So for anybody who wants to know more details of what I had to add, I'd like to refer to that particular call. But that being said, I will just state that that I've spoken with Joe. And like myself, he's just had a litany of cases that he's filed. He's got just arm's length probably of case numbers and so-called defendants. We've had kind of a couple of nice discussions in which he has basically confided that there has been a certain amount of frustration on one hand with the results that he's getting in their so-called courts, but On the other hand, he is getting a substantial positive feedback in the private sector, with a lot of dollar signs attached, and that he now is seriously considering his alternatives to these de facto Nazi boot, legged, all the good things that Charles knows how to articulate. Those types of courts. He's looking at the alternatives that we, the people, can provide, not only financially but in other forms of support, as far as coming up with jury verdicts. So, that's about all I have to add. Just that it's kind of looking interesting as far as his disposition goes. And if Mike has anything to add on that, I'd invite it. Otherwise, I yield.
Shorty, may I?
Shorty, go ahead.
Yes. So what kind of action is he taking in the court?
David?
That'd have to be, like weeks of discussion. But I'm not all familiar with it either. But
may I?
Yes, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah, Shorty. This is Mike in Florida. Joe Gilberti is a friend of mine. He lives just south of Charlotte County in Lee County. He's a professional engineer. He is his claim is that the government conspired with corporations to keep secret a spectacular underground water well that has very excellent readings of medicinal quality, and he is fighting to protect it. He's actually working with us here in Charlotte County. We have a situation in Central Florida and South Florida where the phosphate mining process is destroying the underground aquifers and the surface waters. And actually, he is going to be testifying on our behalf, Charlotte County's behalf, at our request, the Charlotte County Congress, which is an NGO, in about 2 weeks. And we're waiting for approval of his professional status as expert to be granted. What is happening is this corporation called Mosaic, located up in the north part of Florida in Polk County, is polluting our waters with phosphate mining wastewater. And his efforts will definitely help in regard to exposing this company. And we're also going to cite the well that he is advocating for. It's located in Sarasota County. It's being threatened by this phosphate mining process. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But there has definitely been a concerted effort with government and corporate power to conceal this spectacular water find. So we'll definitely be reporting in the weeks ahead about it.
So entering into the court, what procedures is he taking this action on?
I know that he's presented much evidence. He's got multiple.
Well, I'm not worried about I'm not concerned about the evidence. I'm concerned about what is his process going into the court, not the evidence. In other words, do you come in with a .22 caliber, or do you come in with a 9mm Glock?
He probably is using a .22 caliber, unfortunately. But I think over time it might develop into a much more powerful case. Time will tell. That's all I have to say.
Well, I would recommend going in under a court of record action under common law procedure.
Well,
are you familiar with that?
Not extensively. You might want to go through Charles and contact.
Well, if I might, Brother Shorty, that's exactly why I added Joe Gilberti's case without his permission to our list here. I think I kind of got his permission, but maybe not. But he has been in our conference before, and generally we're all friendly here, and so I took the liberty of adding his case with the general thought that he would be bringing his case to our court of law. And while you and I might quibble on some of the technicalities of the difference between what we're prepared to do in this conference, in this court of law, and what you're visualizing as, I forget your exact words, your court process, I believe at the root that we're talking about the same thing. So I think we're on the same page, and as we move forward with this and our other cases, that your strategy will merge with the strategy that I and the others here are advocating, and all of your concerns will thereunder be addressed, if that sounds right, Brother Shorty.
Well, I'm not sure until the question is answered, you know.
What didn't I answer about your question there, Brother Shorty?
Okay. The question is, this guy has entered into the courts. Am I not right?
You're right.
Okay. And so how did he enter into the court? Did he enter in under...
Filed complaints that are 22 caliber, kind of goofy. He could be improved on them. They're complaints, and you can look through the web links in the note to get educated on it if you want those kind of details.
Well, my question is still there in the forefront, is what is the procedure that he has taken to enter into the court? Not what he's claiming, but what is his procedure? In other words, how did he get...
If I might, his procedure is 22 caliber, kind of goofy. He's working with bar member lawyers, and we're here to try to present to him more common law options, like I believe is exactly what you're suggesting, and I believe the point of your question is to try to bring him towards a more common law remedy here, and I don't think it's helpful for us to try to go into the massive mountains of paperwork here in this conference so that you can get enough detail to try to move forward.
If I may.
Michael.
Michael, Florida. I just want to say this, that Joe is willing to make himself available to anyone that would like to inquire on his case. However, I just want to report to the group that because we have gathered together with multiple other people in Charlotte County, Florida, in regard to the water pollution issue of Mosaic Phosphate Mining Company, we have been able to persuade our county commissioners to oppose this activity. Matter of fact, in today's newspaper in Charlotte County, it was reported that the county commissioners are now opposed to this activity. This is the first public statement regarding their opposition in a very long time. And it is because that we in Charlotte County have assembled and methodically and articulately made our points and our facts known to this body. It is still possible within the de facto to make a difference and to find remedy and to find justice. We have not concluded in that pursuit yet, but we are getting traction with Charlotte County commissioners in a very big way. And now we're seeking to build a county coalition of county commissioners. We have 4 or 5 different county commission boards that we have been speaking to over a 1.5 year period of time. And we are making great progress in achieving this goal. So I just, want to encourage people that it is so important to assemble in your county and to speak to your local elected officials, your sheriff, your county board of elections, your board of supervisors, your commissioners, and let them be aware of your concerns, your complaints. And the more people you can gather together and make a declaration or give notice, give lawful notice. This is something else that we have done with evidence. You will get their attention. It's just that simple.
Okay. Well, I'll have the floor here in a little bit. Charles has got some time for me, so we'll talk a little bit more then.
Well, I hadn't yielded, but I will now. So
okay.
I look forward to hearing
your
comments. That's okay. No problem. Thank you. I yield.
This is David. Just wanted to congratulate Mike on continuing. I know he put a lot of hard work in all the stuff down there, and congratulations on that. Number 2, I also thought I'd point out, as far as caliber goes, I believe very strongly that Joe Gilberti is working on truth. That's with a capital T, and that he personally believes and has faith in the fact that he speaks the truth, and he thinks that's kind of well above a 22 caliber as preferred by Shorty's language there, and so that's number 2. Number 3, just to give you a little insight of what I've discovered about Joe in my discussions with him, is that he's taken the position of the underdog, and that this has nothing to do with critical race theory, believe me, but he's speaking on behalf of the underprivileged people of this, whether it's Charlotte County or whatever counties are affected down there. Apparently, I've seen some videos that he has personally done and posted on his website that involve the black communities out there as being the victims of what's going on with the surface water and the groundwater that's coming out of people's spigots and things like this, and that he wants to give people back in that area their own control, their own water, and give them a higher level of a better level of existence, higher quality of life, you might say, and that his position in having come to this General Assembly here that we have online is that he sees us as being able to help him to do that in other areas of the country where people are also being underserved. And I think that, initially he did mention Flint and other places where the people are politically, financially, and socially, as I had mentioned earlier, deprived. And he sees some opportunity that he can help those individuals and help to strengthen their positions in all those different areas of politics, finances, and social status, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just to give you a little point or two of what I've discovered about this particular gentleman. I yield.
Lewis of Michigan, if I may. And David, I'm not going to discuss the critical race theory, we'll park that for now. But I've talked with Joe as well, and being here on Michigan, water privatization is a serious concern here. So we have had some conversation, and I will speak with the Assembly about following up with Joe where he is here with regards to his actions on Michigan. I also wanted to say greetings, Brad. I saw you come on, but we were involved in conversation, so I didn't want to interrupt and to recognize you. But greetings and welcome. Thank you for attending. And with that said, I think there was one other point I had. I think it was directed towards Michael, but it escapes me, of Florida. But it really escapes me right now. I had three, and I was trying to hold it. Michael, you were one that I wanted to address regarding one of your comments. And, if it comes up again while I'm on, I'll only be on the call for another 5 minutes. So I will bring it out. If not, I will forward an email to you for further communication. So, Charles, with that, I yield.
Okay, if I may, Charles, Michael, Florida.
Michael, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Lewis, I wish you would remember it before you go. I'd love to hear your comment, but if not, the email would be fine. Just wanted to follow up a little bit on the water issue in the state of Florida. We have found it to be a great uniter of people across the aisle. When I was at the last county commission meeting 2 weeks ago speaking, after I was done, several Democrat people came up to me, and they knew who I was. They knew that, I'm a very strong conservative Christian Republican. But they, really enjoyed what I had to say about the water pollution and the environment. And that has been a liability in the Republican Party. Unfortunately, they haven't given that much attention because they do have a corporate interest in the beliefs and policies of the Republican Party. So in my effort to stand up for the truth in regard to this issue, it has been an attraction to those on the other side of the aisle. And that's a breath of fresh air that we have found, common ground. And in so much that they even invited me to speak at one of their events. So I'm looking forward to that happening eventually in the very near future. And I think this is the kind of commonality that we need to pursue in big issues where we do have, this common ground effort. And also in issues like freedom of speech and property rights in general and corruption. Those issues are universal in nature and attract both sides of the aisle, and they affect both sides of the aisle. And I think in the pursuit of a united front, which is where we really have strength, these are assets that we need to spend more time on and groom. They need grooming. There is a lot of opposition in both sides and in some other areas, but we need to learn to work together and look beyond some of these hostilities and find common ground on issues that we agree on. And I think clean water is one of them, and clean air, regarding chemtrails and water pollution. These things we can focus on and make great progress and unity. Not that we have to compromise any of our other beliefs or positions, but on the ones we agree in, let's try to find unity. And that's it. That's all I have to say on that, and I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And if we might continue on here. Yes. Oh, I'm scrolled to the wrong place. I would like to welcome Brad from Michigan or from Massachusetts, as Lewis did, and I see that Dave Chandler or David Nathami usually goes by also joined with us. I'd like to welcome you both and ask you both if you have any comments or questions regarding this current issue or anything else. Just briefly, either of you would like to say anything? Brad or David? Hearing none. Yeah, unless you were muted. Our next item on the agenda is the USS Liberty case. And again, in our Monday evening right-wing oriented conference, David did outline this pretty well last 2 weeks ago in our last Monday evening conference. David, would you like to touch on this case again for just a minute before we hit the top of the hour here and say goodbye to Lewis and conclude our business meeting?
Thank you for the opportunity, but I think I'd rather refer to people to the Monday conference call, because I think that what was discussed there is very relevant and important, and I'd hate to butcher it and try to race through it right now. So I'd like to abstain today and just refer to that previously recorded session. I yield.
Thank you, David. And we've got web links in the email there, so people curious about what we're doing here, it's kind of explained through the web links in the email and everything. I do believe we're at the top of the hour where we normally close our business meeting. Is there any final comments from anybody before we officially close our business meeting here? Hearing none. I am Charles Stewart. This is the 12th of June, 2021, and we are here formally closing the business meeting, the formal section of our conference for our Supreme Court of Law in the USA.
Charles, if you can, you had Michael of Florida that wanted to make a comment.
Okay, Michael.
Closing.
Okay, thank you, Lewis. Michael.
Was I muted, or you didn't hear me, or?
I didn't hear you.
Didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah,
you got the floor.
Okay, thank you, Lewis. I just wanted to make a brief comment about the USS Liberty. This is a very touchy subject for those who are not aware of the topic. But this issue really needs to become well known throughout the land, because the fact that it has been covered up, the USS Liberty that was attacked by Israel, I believe in 1967 during the Six-Day War, if I'm not mistaken, is a cover-up that has very sinister overtones. And there are other things in our more recent history that have also been covered up that involve Israel. And I am a devout advocate and defender of Israel as a people and a place. But you must understand that, as the Bible even declares, that there are those, there are two sides to this equation. In the book of Revelation, Jesus even stated himself that there are those who claim to be Jew but are liars, and he referred to them as the synagogue of Satan. And the fact that Israel allowed 5 criminal suspects to remain free regarding the 9/11 attack is very suspicious in itself. The fact that our government released 5 suspects 64 days after they were arrested. Their vehicle was found to have bomb making materials. residue by dogs sniffing for bomb residue. It was discovered. These 5 men were allowed to return to Israel. 4 of them were known to be Mossad agents, and it was Michael Chertoff who released them back in 2001, whose mother also was co-founder of Mossad. Now, the fact that we released them and not having any type of way to get them back is a crime in itself. They were not questioned. They were not interrogated. And people need to realize that Israel is not our ally like we think they are. There are good people in Israel trapped in a bad, corrupt system, just like our government. The crime of 9/11 was a crime of a conspiracy of 3 different nations. And this fact about the USS Liberty is very telling. It happened a long time ago, but those were the beginning years of when the neoconservatives began to infiltrate our government. They filled our government to its peak during the Reagan administration and the Bush administration as well, but then they became to be identified as counterfeit conservatives. And I just think we need to bring attention to this. And with that, I'll yield. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I would like to put a wrap on this. Those were excellent comments, Michael. Again,
I agree.
We are at the top.
I just want to thank Michael for saying that. I tried to unmute before you came on, Charles, but something was going wrong with my system here. So thank you, Michael. I couldn't have said it better myself. I yield.
Thank you. So, again, as I was saying before Michael came in, we are concluding this section of our business meeting here. This is the 12th of June, 2021, and this is the Supreme Court of Law for the USA. We're concluding our business meeting here at this point, although we're proceeding in less formal manners as we continue on. Louis, do you got to jump right away, or are you going to hang with us for a while?
Good call. No, I do need to go ahead and take my leave from the call. Good call tonight. Thank you, Charles.
Yeah. Thank you, Louis. I know. Did I hear somebody say Paul? Is Paul with us? I can't see the board. I don't see Paul. Brad or Dave and the Thumb, would either of you guys like to say anything about anything you've heard so far or new items?
I'd like to comment. This is Dave and the Thumb here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, I just kind of joined you guys, and I would like to reiterate what Michael said and ditto that for sure. And
the USS Liberty comments there?
Yep, the USS Liberty, the 9/11. I don't know, has anyone ever heard the recording of LBJ saying, "I want that goddamn ship on the bottom of the sea"?
I've heard it.
Okay.
But let's continue on with our agenda here before we...
I just wanted to comment on that and, not let anybody forget, what LBJ's part was in that assassination attempt of our men in that ship. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Dave. Continuing on to our court cases agenda section, 3.10, court corruption complaint in various states, frequently involving fraudulent Children Protective Services Corporation, plaintiff Shorty from Missouri. Shorty is expected to provide more specifics as I believe he's still with us here. Shorty, would you like to introduce your work with that? I guess you're currently involved with some people that are have just recently contacted you about more than one case that is in this similar category. Would you like to give us an update on your work trying to help in these areas?
Yeah, this is Shorty. I'm from Missouri, St. Louis area, and I'm currently getting up to 50 new likes on my Families at Risk Facebook pages, and I have 12 of them. And my objective is to destroy the works of the enemy who is trying to come after and destroy the first institution that God ordained, which is family. And it's very hard. I have people that come online and I open up a case for them, and within 2 to 3 weeks later, they're so scared they just drop off the radar. And so I don't get to see them. But I've had a couple of good cases out of Alabama where that the parent would allow me to push the gun, you know, and I've had some chances almost to be able to arrest the judge and the sheriffs in Alabama and Tennessee for their action. But the family decided to tell the mother it's either us or Shorty. One of the two, make up your mind. And so she dropped out when I was about 85% there. When I got a case out of Chicago, and I started on it, and 2 weeks later, boom, they dropped out. And I got another case out of Indiana, and I'm working on it, and it's a slow but sure process. But earlier, I was asking how they were approaching a court issue about a certain case out of Florida over the water. And what I was trying to allude to, were they going in under a court of record action under common law procedure? And generally, after 21 years of being in the courts, I've learned one of the better process is to open up your court into their court and take an authority. And according to Black's Law Dictionary, if you're under a court of record action, you have the ability to fine, to hold a contempt of court, and to jail. And so when you go into a court of record action, you don't put motions in, you issue orders. You're the one that's in control. You're number one, the judge is number two. It may take a little bit for them to get their understanding, but if the judge issues an order, then you issue an order to vacate that order. And you can go back and forth, but only so long. And like in this one case in Alabama, I issued 6 orders. And then on the 7th order, I issued an order to vacate all of the judge's junk, and I issued an order for her to recuse herself. And she moved on and gave me a new judge and a new case number. And if I would have been thinking right, I was based on what the mother had thought. We got the right judge. Let's go in front of him. So I got a new case number, and I put some briefs before him. And I was 22 briefs, my first entry, and then another 22. And the judge had the mindset, wow, has this guy ever quit? And so then her family got involved in the case, and then the case was no longer mine. And they put their money together and hired a bar associated licensed attorney from that end that. But right now, I'm moving forward in Indiana. I'm very happy at this point, but we're going to see what gives. Are you?
Thank you, Shorty. Can you all hear me?
Check the board. I think we lost everyone.
Can we hear you, Charles?
Thank you. Yeah, my phones are a little bit screwy here. I lost the line. That sounded like a good introduction, Shorty. I'm glad to that you're sharing with our group here the valuable insights that you're bringing to the table. Shorty has studied under some of the most advanced constitutional common law scholars in the nation, specifically Bill Thornton out of California, and his manner of just moving to set aside corrupted judicial decisions is really cutting edge advanced, and I believe Shorty's bringing a lot of skill and advanced strategy to our community here, and I'm glad he's sharing about his current work with these different individuals that he's currently working with. Is there any comments or questions in response to what Shorty just shared here? Hearing none, I'd like to go on to case number 3.11 I just added recently, is the case of Julian Assange. Assange, well, I don't know how to pronounce it really, but anyway, there's a current YouTube video linked in the description of this case in our email agenda here, and it's mostly a left-wing case again, but I believe this is a broad-based issue like Joe Gilberti is doing, and a lot of our cases are broad-based. They reach beyond partisan divisions. And this case of Julian Assange is one of these cases. And if y'all get a chance to look at the video there, there's people currently doing a national tour. Apparently his family and friends and things are basically out of Australia. They've come up to the USA states they're doing a tour around the USA to try to raise awareness and to get pressure on the government to back off on their prosecution of Julian Assange. And there's a lot of left-wing massive movement and some right-wing massive movement in support of getting Julian out from under house arrest in England. He's under house arrest in England basically because the USA corrupted de factos are making a bogus, maliciously motivated complaint against him. There's no merit to it whatsoever, and so the British bar member conspirators are conspiring with the American bar member conspirators to keep Julian Assange deprived of his liberty. And I would think habeas corpuses are really good for our court to issue, and I think that would be an ideal solution in this particular case. Because it's not doing anything confrontational, talking about arresting corrupted de factos. All we would would be throwing some paperwork at them, ordering them to release Julian Assange. And any other habeas corpus cases that we wanted to take on, too, would be similarly low-level confrontation, because it wouldn't be commanding or talking about arresting anybody. All we're talking about is telling them to release the people that are unlawfully imprisoned. And that's a real tame issue to be moving forward with in this case, along with the other cases. And this is the last issue in our series of court cases in this Section 3 of our agenda. Would anybody like to comment or question on this last case of Julian Assange in our court case agenda here? I yield. Anybody?
Well, if I may, Michael, Florida, since no one else is commenting, I just want to note that I think it was very strange that Donald Trump did not pardon Julian or call for suspension of charges in some way or fashion. When he was campaigning, he defended Julian and heralded him as a hero. And I just found it very disappointing that he did not pursue pardoning Julian Assange. He pardoned Roger Stone, but he didn't for Julian. So I think that's a very serious red flag regarding Donald Trump. And but then at the same time, I wonder why Julian has made critical statements about anyone claiming 9/11 was an inside job. He has been hostile to the 9/11 community in that regard, and I find that troubling as well. So I find the whole situation with Julian Assange to be less than transparent on both sides of the issue. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I would have a comment. There was somebody that I met, Dr. Les Sachs is his name. I met him online back when I was first starting to go through, comprehend that the corruption in Michigan, and feeling myself to be targeted in certain ways. And Les Sachs, Dr. Les Sachs had said that he was bugging out of the United States and ended up in Belgium. And I ran into him again online years later, and then several years later. And one of his comments to me more recently in our discussions was that in Belgium anyway, there is an undercurrent of talk based on I don't know what, but that basically concurs with everything that Michael just said, and that is that that there's an undercurrent of sinisterness going on with the Assange case, and it wasn't elaborated on, but just to say that I heard it from a different sparrow. I yield.
Thank you, David. Reaffirm Michael's comments and David's, and especially Michael for just a moment. Michael is quite actively involved in right-wing and Republican circles and trying to promote broader-minded, more integrity from the right-wing Republican angle, and he's doing a lot of great work there. And I know it's painful for him to have to admit that there's problems with Mr. Trump and the manner in which Mr. Trump sold out on this case. So thank you, Michael, for drawing that point and at least admitting that that's a problem with Mr. Trump. But Michael builds like the onion requires with what we're doing here with this case of Julian Assange is very instructive. Merely because the powers that be are manipulating the superficial layers doesn't mean that Julian Assange is the second incarnation of Jesus Christ or something here. The man has got serious problems in the manner in which, as Michael points out, he's denying the legitimacy of the 9/11 conspiracy theory. It's more than a conspiracy theory. It's proven beyond a reasonable doubt that there were insiders that were involved in telling NORAD to stand down and stuff like that. And for Assange to deny that there's deep level governmental involvement points to an even deeper issue that Assange was an intelligence officer, I believe, with the CIA. Okay, anybody with that kind of history, in embracing any type of an issue that they're involved in. So this entire thing could be a massive setup, Okay, it could be a charade about Julian Assange being in prison in England. He could be out drinking martinis at girly bars in the middle of the night. Nobody knows what's going on for sure. They don't allow monitoring of what's going on. It's all in secret, so we don't know for sure what's going on there. But at the superficial level, on the surface level, this case against Julian Assange, based upon his release of these WikiLeaks documents, which was generally a good thing, is somehow endangering national security. That's a lie. That's a lie by the devil worshippers that are manipulating the military police state, and at least on that superficial issue, we can get behind Julian Assange and declare that there is no reason why that man should continue to be threatened with criminal prosecution by USA corrupted public servants, or there's no reason also why British Empire military police state goons should continue to keep him locked in prison. So thank you for drawing that out, Michael and David. And any other comments or questions on the case of Julian Assange before we move on? Anybody?
Are we still on?
Huh?
Is this call still being recorded?
This call is still being recorded. Yes, it is.
Thank you. I yield.
All right. Proceeding on. Our agenda for item 4, news items of national interest and breaking research. Item 4.1 here is the issue of a constitutional convention. And in recent conferences, I've discussed this issue, and there's a 5-minute video clip that maybe a couple of you have gotten a chance to review that was from a recent conference where I kind of discussed this issue. And it mushrooms into a number of other issues as this 4.1 and 4.2 section, and continuing on to 4.3, Texas secession movement, and 4.4 even is related, which is alternative economic systems. That 4.4 issue of alternative economic systems at the bottom of this very long agenda item issue is directly related in more organic terms of constitutional law and constitutional conventions to this constitutional convention issue. And I imagine most of you have seen that there's various factions, and there's a lot of groundswell that is developing more and more support for a constitutional convention within the parameters described by the United States Constitution document. Okay, it's called Article 5 that purports to govern how constitutional conventions will come together for future constitutional conventions after the original one that was held in secret by high-level Masons and implemented by the point of the bayonet by George Washington, threatening Rhode Island with military force unless they adopted the first Constitution. So I think common law is really traditional, organic constitutional law, and thereunder I don't think we need to be governed by Article 5 of the Roman Empire modeled municipal constitution that was adopted in 1789. I think a real constitutional convention would be an assembly of the organic body politic of the electors. See, this gets to the issue of elections. In 4.2, I think, we talk about organic real-time election process. See, this should be part of our Constitutional Convention. Our delegates to our Constitutional Convention should be qualified electors. Okay? And this sidesteps the entire modern U.S. Senate and U.S. House of Representatives and pretty much all of the judiciary. One phrase that is really prominent as we try to do overview of the whole issues being presented here is there's a phrase called constituent assembly that I don't know if I mentioned here, but an assembly of the constituents is referred to in definitions of that phrase as a constitutional convention. Okay? And in Israelite Torah law, the constituents only numbered 12 of the 12 tribes of Israel. See, Israel was politically subdivided into 12 communities of interest, 12 stakeholder communities. Those were the 12 tribes of Israel. And because that, through our common law tradition, the Israelite Torah law is part of our common law tradition and heritage, which is part of our American constitutional system as articulated in the Seventh Amendment. Hereunder, we've got the right to host a constitutional convention of constituents in a constituency assembly, a general assembly of constituents that are a constitutional convention in real time, organic, body politic, community organizing. And all legitimate complaints about what we're doing can be brought before us just like we're doing now. See, in earlier process here, we're addressing all issues in a responsible manner while maintaining to our basic agenda as we've gone through all the court cases that we're looking at here. See, the process going on here allows opportunity for constructive criticism as we're moving forward. But we do have an agenda. I should probably take a break. I hear a voice. Would somebody like to share some more organic interaction here?
May I?
Did I hear a voice?
You can't hear? Hello?
I didn't hear anybody saying anything until you right now, Michael.
Okay, there must be some technical difficulties. Can you hear me okay, Charles?
I can hear you now. Did other people hear you say something that I didn't hear? Because I didn't hear anything till now. How about other people? Did they hear you earlier and I didn't hear it, or what?
This is David. I've kind of made an observation, Charles, that when you are talking, that you don't hear anything else that other people are. You know, every once in a while you'll hear something come over, but it is my observation that when you are speaking, that it is it's a one-way directive, and you're not receiving a lot of feedback. I'll put it that way. I yield.
Thank you for that clarification, David. If I get a budget, I'll get a better landline. This is voice over internet technology that I'm using here, and that's obviously less than optimal. I apologize, Michael. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to point out in regard to this issue of the Convention of the States, that's what they're calling it, it does have support from sinister participants like George Soros on the left, and then you have to realize that right now in the current climate that we're in of extreme hostility and turbulence, the last thing you want to do is open up the Constitution to modification or amendment. And we recently had a debate down here in South Florida on this issue. And it's quite clear among those that are learned and experienced with many years of knowledge and experience in regard to these issues that there is universal agreement that we do not want to open the Constitutional Convention and modify the Constitution. It's too dangerous of a situation right now. Certainly, in the future, when things are under better control and civility, I think that would be a possibility. But right now, I think we first need to organize ourselves in a parallel fashion to the existing de facto government. We need to organize state by state, county by county. And I'm looking at the list of people on the call right now. And being very experienced and with a lot of length of time in these calls over the years, I'm seeing several people that I think it would make for a good conversation today, Charles, and this is my proposal, that we try to focus on issues of unity and strategy and policy. Unity, strategy, and policy, those three things really are in shambles right now. We have an assembly group that is claiming it is the only true assembly in the nation. They're also claiming they have the backing or the support from military or also different agencies in the de facto government have given them their seal of approval. And I just find this to be a controversy. I don't find it to be legitimate. And I think a conversation needs to be had among us today that are on this call, because I'm looking at the list of people on here, and my knowledge of the people on here today, it would make an excellent time to have a good, healthy debate and dialogue on what should be happening right now, how should we do it, and who should do it, why and how, and all that needs to be asked and discussed. So with that proposal on the table, I will yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That's a bold proposition. I think we should probably move in that direction. But before we do, I would like to reference that two things that you mentioned. If we only allow qualified electors to participate in our constitutional convention, then the accusation that it's too dangerous quickly evaporates. And that would be how I would define a constitutional convention, would be only qualified electors. And the second issue is... Well, can I go on to my second issue first? And it's just brief. Can you name specifically the group that you're talking about that is corrupted here? I know a number of groups, but I'm unsure which one you might be mentioning. At that point, I would yield to you, Michael.
Yes, I would. I just wanted to say I was referring to the de facto. The de facto should not open up the Constitution, since they are in power. They do have the guns, they have the jail cells, and they have the power of enforcement. That is why we should not allow them to open up a constitutional convention. Yes, as far as we are concerned, qualified electors, absolutely. We are the qualified people of the land that do have the expertise and authority to deliberate and discuss changing or amending the Constitution. But to answer your question, the group I'm referring to is the National Assembly conference call, and it's only a conference call. I consider it to be illegitimate in an assembly. They have proven themselves, and I say they, I mean the leadership, not the participants. The participants of the National Assembly call, some of which are on here right now, are fine, outstanding people. But it's the leadership of the National Assembly, headquartered in Michigan and in Manatee County, Florida, that are illegitimate, dishonorable, and unqualified to be electors. And also Alaska. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
David.
David, go ahead.
I only have to add that as far as any de facto, I don't even know if we want to spend the time with it, but I firmly believe that the they don't follow the existing Constitution. There is no rationale that supports the belief that if you change the Constitution, then all of a sudden they will follow it. It doesn't really matter. They won't follow it anyway because it's a lawless America right now. I yield.
Okay, if I may respond briefly, this is Mike in Florida. Just briefly, David, the problem is they have enforcement, they have guns, they have jails, and it is in our best interest to delay any kind of effort to further entrench their tyranny. And that's what would happen if we allowed them to open up a constitutional convention. Their tyranny would be galvanized, and we would most likely lose our nation forever if they open up the Constitution to amendments.
I totally agree.
Huh?
I totally agree.
Okay, yeah, great. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you both. At that point, I'd like to point out that I believe our best strategy is to begin, like I think we're doing right here, to hold our own constitutional convention and then get support probably for what we're doing from legislators, maybe some judicial offices within the de facto, so that we can cut them off before they do a de facto Article 5 municipal constitutional convention. We do an organic people's common law constitutional convention. That would cut them off at the knees. Well, nothing personal there, David. Yes. And Michael, I'm delighted that you clarified. I was apprehensive there about your choice of words. I'm glad you clarified that you're not rejecting our ability to move under that kind of authority. You're just apprehensive about the Roman Empire Municipal Article 5 Constitutional Convention. We're 100% harmonious there. At that point, I yield. Comments, questions, Michael, David, anybody?
So, no pun intended. I get it.
Yes. I would like to, rather pointedly, if Brad Herrick is still here with us, I think I see him. Yes, Brad is organizing a union conference that is at least equal in significance to this one in terms of participants and things anyway, numbers of attendees. And Brad, I'd like to ask you if what we're talking about here in terms of constitutional convention issues and things, if that harmonizes with what you and Bill are doing in the union conference as you perceive your agenda, would you be able to share some of your insights about how your group might respond to this issue here, Brad?
Sure, I will. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Like Charles said, myself and Bill, who is a Montana Freeman, duly sworn common law judge, we kind of got together. We've been talking for a few months, a while back now, and we started the union call. We don't have a group. It's just a call. It's a meeting of the minds. The group that I belong to, that started out as Beacon 37, now calls themselves USA Republic. If we've kind of had some tough times over the last year and a half. Our founder has pretty much taken control and has like I said, he's taken control of where everybody's at. There's information that we're trying to share and learn and spread around and bring new people on board. And he pretty much gets rid of everybody that he's not interested in, doesn't follow his train of thought, and it's become a lawless group of people. And I'm not real happy about it. He claims there has been documentation created for the Republic, not our Republic, noticing the Hague and the UPU and the rest of the world that there is a Republic here. It is trying to be restored. He claims it as his own, which can't be true. It can be accessed. So we've just started this group. I don't know, we've probably been doing it about 4 or 5 months now. We started out every other Wednesday, and we've got people listening from all over the world. We've been contacted. I've been personally contacted by a couple of people in this country that are from the Middle East. I've spoken to people from that area all the way up to and including the patriarch of the Maronite Christians. We have people from around the world that are standing up and trying to donate funds to the cause here, and all the platforms are shut down. There's no money moving anywhere around the world, and we're trying to do our best to just bring everybody together and discuss exactly what has been discussed here tonight, which is everybody that's part of this restorative governance, whatever you call yourself, whether you consider yourself a sovereign, whether you consider yourself a patriot, member of the Republic, it doesn't really matter. We're all taking time out of our day. Some of us missing out on, seeing events, missing events that grandchildren and maybe even children, but they feel, just like I do, that the cause is justified, and if nobody is going to step up and try to save this world, then we know where we're headed, and it's not a place that I want to be. I don't want it to be the place that my children have to grow up in and my grandchildren. So I applaud you all. That is our agenda. My own group is kind of tearing itself apart for causes that have been mentioned here as well. And we all need to learn what's right. We need to learn how to do it properly. We need to agree. We need to have discussions with one another. And we need to make this all happen. So I welcome questions if anybody has any.
May I?
Thank you, Brad. Yes. Identify yourself, please.
Yeah, it's Mike in Florida. I don't have a question. I have a comment for you. Your efforts are being duplicated all over the country. There are many people, many groups that are seeking unity. They just don't call it a union call, but even here locally in Florida, we've had multiple physical meetings with multiple county members around the Southwest and South Florida area where we have held meetings in pursuit of unity and remedy. So I think it needs to be realized that many of us are pursuing what you, Brad, say your group is doing, and we are thankful for your efforts. But there is a common denominator that I think we all have heard shared today on this call, and that is corruption from within. You mentioned that your founder took control of your group, and I'm sad to hear that, but that has happened in multiple groups over a long period of time throughout the years. There seems to be a lot of these people have the ego maniac problem. They have to control people. They have to do things in secret. John Darash, we caught him editing the recordings on the conference calls. Mr. Roger Dowdell refuses to be transparent about his involvement with people that are facing felony charges. Other people we have found to be very controlling and abusive with their little bit of power that they do have. And I think all of us that have experienced these problems can learn and can form a body politic that could prevent those types of things from happening. Since we've all been wounded and injured in that area, then it would provide us the ability to see ahead of time those coming problems. So I think it's good that we all have been victimized by egomaniacs and control freaks. And I think if the people on this call can get this understood, we could achieve something. And I think it's going to be necessary that we have a moderator on these different calls. And I think the moderator needs to be a roving moderator. It needs to be changed from time to time. And I think the conference calls need to rove as well. They need to change from time to time. And I think that would be a proper strategy to prevent any one particular person or group from maintaining more control over the others. We need to guard against this, idea that just because someone is the moderator, that they're the leader and they're in control. We need to disperse the authority and the leadership among the different groups and have a changing method or pattern of leadership. And I think that's in the best interest of freedom and transparency, because like it's happened on the National Assembly call, Mr. Roger Dowdell has been challenged by several members and asked questions that he chooses not to answer. But because he is the only moderator, due process is thwarted, it's prevented, it's denied. And this is what we have to avoid. So I'll yield with that. I would love to have a conversation with everybody involved on this call, and I'd love to hear your comments and questions for everybody. I yield.
May I
Michael.
respond to that?
Brad, please, yes.
Yes, sir. That was well said. And I've been now on part of this group that I'm still part of, debating on whether or not whether I should stay, go. But yes, I get referred to by many of the people in my group as it's called a servant leader, and I understand I have one vote just like everyone else. The only thing that I think I'm pretty good at on the call is just keeping everybody in line. We don't dictate what you can talk about. We don't dictate who speaks. Only that whoever is going to speak respects everyone else on the call. And whatever it is that you have to say, if it's meaningful and educational and is beneficial to everybody that's listening, then it's welcome. And perhaps maybe you and I should have a conversation and get a hold of some of these people that are doing the same thing, and seeing if we can't get this put together a little bit better and a little bit bigger, and kind of start really bringing everybody together so that there is a common place that everybody is aware of, that they can call in and they can call in and we can all exchange ideas and knowledge that is proper. We've started bringing Charles Stewart in on our call, and to great appreciation. And thank you, Mr. Stewart. And we have a very intellectual man that is, like I said, he's a Montana Freeman, very, very knowledgeable. his doesn't mean he knows everything. Just means that he has a lot to contribute, and doesn't mean that we wouldn't. We're not a group. We're not there to be in charge or to start some kind of a movement that we're in charge of. And if there are other people that want to actually, you come together in unity, and just like you said, we want to have different speakers on different nights, different moderators. I'm on board. This is not about my ego. This is about what the world's going to be like in 20 years when my grandchildren start to become part of society, and what the world is going to be like for them if there's even a world here. So I yield. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Michael. Are there further comments on this general issue? Anybody? This is a great discussion. I'm glad it's spinning in this direction. And again, Brad is hosting conferences every Wednesday evening. And in my last interaction with Brad's conference, him and Bill were very gracious at allowing me to a half hour or so of just talking about common law organizing, common law model of governing, similar to the very constitutional convention issue that we're talking about here and now. I do have a few minor quibbles with Bill, and I've got a few minor quibbles with almost everybody, but we're all interacting in good faith. And so when you've got an environment where people have different ways of looking at things, different ideas that they want to prioritize, but as long as everybody is maintaining basic qualified elector status, maintaining minimal Christian standards of behavior, then the discussion can be mutually respectful. And as maybe you got to go over the issue 3 or 4 or 5 times, but usually the people with the dissenting opinions that are not truly objective, that are shown to be not objective but subjective and less than optimal, after 3 or 4 times of explaining it to them, as they continue to interact in good faith in the discussion, it soon becomes painfully obvious to the most entrenched of these people that, well, maybe they need to reconsider their position. And all of that can happen without raising our voices or getting belligerent or hostile if we're all interacting in Christian manners which is required for maintaining constitutional qualified elector status. So that's a real beautiful thing that we're on the edge of here, because nobody else does it. All of the problems with leadership that Brad's talking about and Michael's talking about, those problems only manifest because people that are in positions of leadership are not concerned about maintaining minimal Christian standards of behavior. They're not concerned about what the true definition is of a qualified elector in common law tradition. They don't care. And so that's where the problem is at. It is at the grassroots organizing level of the 10 household communities where qualified elector status needs to be maintained. And I dare say a lot of the leadership that we're discussing, they should have been filtered out a long time ago. They can't maintain qualified elector status in their own local community township. Backwoods hillbillies that are trying to come together in mutually respectful discussions, boom, they're going to call red flag on people like John Darish and Roger Dowdell and Jim Wright, to name a few. There's others also, because those guys are basically, they may have redeeming virtues. I don't want to beat up on them too much. I don't want to bar the door for them, repenting of their evil ways. But the real people that are spiritually disciplined, that can contribute honorably as a constituent in a responsibly self-governing community that is mutually respectful with all constituent members. These are the people that we need to prioritize. And when leadership in any particular group starts demonstrating that it isn't concerned about maintaining basic qualified elector status for everybody, including leadership, then a split has to happen, like what Michael's talking about against the so-called National Assembly group led by Destry and Roger Dowdell and Paul and a few others that Michael pointed out, and similarly with what Brad is talking about, the leadership of the Beacon 37 Republic that has traditionally been in positions of leadership anyway. It's looking like the split there might be so significant that maybe the whole group will eventually come to the more enlightened perspective that Brad and Bill are moving forward with. But anyway, we're moving forward in the righteous, honorable, godly manner, and we're smart enough to know that those people that have been in positions of leadership and their followers who might be objecting to what we're doing, they're behind the curve spiritually. They're left wings talk about progressives, a progressive agenda. What they're doing is retarded. It's the opposite of progressive. in its most favorable light, they're behind the curve, and so those of us that comprehend when it rings true, when the words come together in manners that ring true, that are like the Declaration of Independence used the phrase self-evident things. People can recognize intuitively when people are talking truth and honorable in these kind of manners, and that's how you organize an organic body politic to responsibly self-govern. That's what it's all about here. But I should pause for comments or questions, but we've got a lot on this constitutional convention issue, but I'll pause for at least a moment or two for constructive criticism or comments or questions here. I yield. Anybody?
Well, since nobody is speaking, may I?
Please, Michael.
I would like to point out a group that I have become familiar with here in Florida. They're several months old. They have come together in a very interesting way. Their numbers are somewhere between 40, 50, 60 people. And they are in a major city in Florida, West Palm Beach. And they've created an assembly. They have went through the various steps of notification and documentation, some of which I don't necessarily feel need to be done, but they did, and they did them, and that's to their applause. This group is very exciting. They have been making a lot of proclamations. They've been giving notices at the county commission meeting in West Palm Beach, which happens to be enemy territory to freedom. Very liberal, strong liberal elements there. And their numbers continue to grow. They have a meeting place in a restaurant that they meet on Thursday nights, I think every other Thursday night. And then the other 2 Thursdays they meet electronically. But it's exciting to watch this group grow. But already there has been division that has surfaced, that has manifested. And it's regarding freedom and transparency and honesty. And the issue is hinged around Roger Dowdell. Many in the group are strongly his follower, but there are also increasing numbers of his opponents. They don't like his lack of transparency, his refusal to answer questions. So obviously Roger Dowdell is a problem even in a new group. He's been a problem in other groups for quite some time. But now a brand new group has sprouted up, and there's already divisions and questions about his behavior. And this is unfortunate. But I think that I want to take a next step, and if the person would allow me, I would like for them to speak. There's a member of this group that is on the call tonight listening as an observer, participant, and I think it would be an advantage for all of us to hear her comments regarding the group in Palm Beach called the Palm Beach County Jural Assembly. And her name is Terry, and if she would like to speak, I would like to prompt her to do so. Terry, I yield.
Hi. So I'd like to say that Mike's summation is on point and on target, and I happen to be one of the people in the group, and I think it's me and about 3 other people in those of us that seem to be the most active. We seem to volunteer to do different projects most often, so we're the more vocal. And I first became aware of Roger when I first heard about Terry Trussell. I was actually warned by Chris Ann Hall, who I happen to have a close relationship with. And those of you that know Chris Ann Hall, she is an unbelievable, outstanding person who gives her life, her and her family, to teaching the Constitution around the country. And she doesn't belong to a political class. She just teaches the Constitution based on the founding documents. And she warned me against getting involved in any type of common law grand jury, and she brought to my attention the Terry Trussell case. So I went out and I did as much reading as I could on the internet, and I actually watched the YouTube videos, the whole trial from soup to nuts. And Roger's name came up in that video, and so I started to ask questions, and I didn't get a lot of answers. And then after meeting Mike and Cynthia, they started giving me names of more people that were involved with Roger, that were facing criminal charges exactly like Terry Trussell, simulating a legal process. And that is a fairly new criminal law, or I guess that's what it is, in Florida. So I think it's kind of interesting. I don't know if that came about, if there's any kind of correlation between the assemblies that are rising up in Florida or not. I don't know. But anyway, all of a sudden, the next thing I know, at one meeting, we're voting to keep our meetings closed and only open to members. I didn't really understand what was going on, but as a few meetings went by, I started questioning, why are we a closed meeting? Why do you have to sign a piece of paper, to become a member to come to our meetings? And then, Mike, we had a meeting Thursday night at the Hive, and Mike and Cynthia were asked to leave, and they refused to leave. And I understand why. Because Mike was showing us that a true assembly is based on transparency and honesty and openness. And he brought up the point, or I came to the realization that if if this assembly wants to have a closed meeting to members, I want to see where our original documents, whether it's the Declaration of Independence, whether it's our Constitution or our Bill of Rights, where does it say that in order to come together as we the people, you have to be a quote-unquote member? So that to me is practicing in secrecy. So I have already made it known to other members, and I've made it known to our moderator that we will be having a robust discussion about this on our Thursday meeting, because I am absolutely opposed to it. You know, if you want to become a member, that's great. Then you get to vote on our motions, and maybe that's an incentive to become a member. But if you don't want to be a member and voting isn't that important to you, but you want to be part of the assembly and you want to be part of we the people, there's absolutely no reason from where I stand why we should not be open to anybody that wants to come and participate in our assembly, and they should know what's going on, and they should know what we're doing, and they should know what motions we're putting forth. If you want to add anything, Mike, please do, but that's been my experience. I yield.
Yeah, I think you did quite well, Terry. You basically told, the truth about what's been happening, and all we want is the truth, and we want it to be seen and heard by as many people as possible. We have nothing to hide. We do nothing in secret. And this is a clear path forward for all who love freedom. There is no controversy about how we should conduct ourselves. It was said earlier that we must adhere to Christian principles, and I understand not everybody is a Christian, but I think loving your neighbor as yourself is a rule that we all can agree to, and that was one of the commandments of Jesus Christ. So I think as long as we love our neighbor as ourselves, we are doing what is expected of us, and nothing should ever be done with preferential treatment, with prejudice, with hostility. Everything should be done in order and in civility. And in many of these groups, this is not being done, and it is being manifested for all to see, so that we all know how we should not conduct our assembly or gatherings, whatever we might call them. And with that, I think I'll yield, and I look forward to hearing other comments.
May I? I just have one more comment. I think it was probably maybe about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I started hearing things like, well, we don't know who's going to invade or who's going to come in and try to cause harm. And I always wondered, where that mentality is coming from. And I'm curious, and I suspect that it comes from Roger. I yield.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you, Terry. I don't know the specifics about Roger, but I'm inclined to believe you're correct. Other comments, questions? Anybody? There's a lot here I can build on this general constitutional convention issue. I should pause, though. If there's others that have things they would like to contribute at this point, this would be a good point for others to become involved in the discussion. I yield.
If I may.
Dave and the thumb. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I am a member of the Michigan General Assembly, and I've got a couple of questions for Mike and Terry, I believe her name is. Do you not believe that the people have a right to have a grand jury? One at a time, please.
I absolutely do believe that people have a right to have a grand jury. I see no reason why. I yield.
Okay, Mike,
yes,
what about
Dave,
you?
This is Mike in Florida. Absolutely. There's no question that we should have the right to conduct a grand jury. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So let me ask you, it seems like I may have misread your comments, but do you guys think that it's Roger Dowdell's fault that Terry Trussell was the grand jury foreman and that he's in prison, or he died in prison or went to prison because of something that Roger Dowdell did?
If I may, I'd like to answer that first. I don't believe that it was solely Roger Dowdell's fault that Terry went to prison, but I believe the fact that Roger has participated in multiple people going before courts and then ending up in jail, there's a pattern of behavior that involves Roger Dowdell and those who go to jail. That is what I'm pointing to, the circumstantial evidence of Roger's involvement with multiple people who've been put in jail. Now there are 2 additional people that are being charged each with 4 felony counts regarding Roger Dowdell's property. And it's just very strange that why would Roger Dowdell's property rights cause people to have felony charges filed against them and not Roger? And
well,
the one gentleman even has
let me
a
ask
warrant
you, Mike,
for his,
before you get too far ahead.
Pardon me, I hadn't yielded yet.
I can't take notes, Mike, and you're getting pretty far ahead, and I got some questions about one of the comments that you made, and I don't want to forget. So you said a pattern of behavior is what you think got these folks.
Dave, I must say you're out of order, Dave, but I'll let you speak. Go ahead.
Well, you're making a lot of comments, and you're going down some rabbit holes, so I just want you to slow down a little bit and, back up what you're saying. You said that Roger has a pattern of behavior that you believe is the reason why some of these folks have been charged with felonies. Can you please explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, I thought I did. The pattern of behavior is him being involved with people who go to jail after they have either listened to his advice or participated with him in a pursuit of justice. And why is it that Roger has all these people that he's been involved with that have either went to jail or are being charged with felony crimes and awaiting trial? This is a pattern that demands answers. And last week and the week before, questions were asked of Roger to explain this, and he said, "I decline." Those were his words, not mine. And the fact that he's obfuscating questions speaks volumes to his guilt or suspicion of guilt. So what the final comment that I was about to make before you interrupted was the fact that Joaquin, I have been told, has multiple arrest warrants for him. Joaquin is the administrator for the Florida statewide grand jury. And I'm only basing this in what I've heard from multiple sources. So I'm not stating it as an actual fact, but I'm inclined to believe it is a fact because the other gentleman, Christopher Hopkins, has 4 felony charges against him, and he did have an arrest warrant at one time, but because he appeared and satisfied the court, I think they either removed it or pardoned him for some fashion. I'm not sure how it happened, but there's just a lot of trouble surrounding Roger Dowdell with multiple individuals. 2 weeks ago, we met another guy that said he went to jail for a year after taking Roger's advice and being involved with Roger in Manatee County, Florida. So, I don't have specifics, Dave, to hand you at this time, but there is a long pattern of behavior in association by people who go to jail with Roger Dowdell. That in itself demands answers. And the last 2 weeks, Roger has refused to answer our questions on this topic.
Where were those questions asked of him?
On the conference call, which he refuses to make available. Okay?
On the national call, he was asked those questions?
No. He won't let us. Yeah, he and Destry have censored us from the national call. We cannot speak.
I do see that happening, and I do have a big problem with that. But
thank you.
Do you know what these felony or these charges are against these folks that, any of the charges? Do you know any of the charges that these folks that,
yes,
you think Roger's pattern is causing these guys to get charged or go to jail?
Yeah, in here in Florida with Christopher Hopkins and Joaquin, it's involving simulating a legal process, and I believe either paper terrorism. I forget the exact verbiage, but it's the common charge that these government de facto officials file and charge us with that are in the Patriot common law movement. But the fact is, there is a pattern of behavior, and it demands answers, and Roger is refusing to answer publicly. He tells everybody just to go on the website and read. Well, it would be a lot easier to hear it directly from Roger's mouth. Why these people are facing charges, felony charges, when it's about his property rights. He's a multimillionaire. He lives in a $1.5 million home or $1.4 million home. Why are all these people going to jail for this millionaire? There's just a very strange pattern of activity here, Dave. With all due respect, I must say to you, this demands answers. We cannot continue to allow these innocent people that are seeking remedy and redress with their government to fall prey to someone like Roger Dowdell. I yield. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to respond. Being legally blind, I felt myself as having a pretty good gut instinct most of my life, and I've never had any feelings of, I've never thought Roger as an agent. I've called out many agents on the national call and other calls as well, and I've been spot on. Not that I can't make mistakes, but I don't read that in Roger at all, and I don't know. I can't answer any of those questions, but I can say that this is a volunteer movement, okay? And in Michigan, I know there's all these assemblies, from the national on that are following Michigan's lead. This has been vetted out. It was started by some pretty sharp constitutionalists, and nobody's in jail in Michigan. Nobody's been to jail in Michigan, and I don't believe that there's anybody that's been arrested or been threatened. Okay, I know that the assembly's been visited by some alphabet agencies, and they told them to stay away from the judges. And what does that tell?
Point of order, Dave. Point of inquiry, actually. You said you don't know of anybody in jail in Michigan. Destry actually went to Alaska because of his multiple problems with the police.
Well, and that was Destry. I know of those, but it wasn't because of the assembly. It was because Destry chose to travel in an automobile without a permission slip, and they don't like it, okay? And they're going to do everything in their power, which they have massive power, and they have rogue, agents out on the roads wearing costumes and carrying guns, and they beat people up because they don't do what they want them to do. So Destry chose, we do have a gentleman who is a very active, and he is a sworn member in the Michigan General Jural Assembly. He is our IT guy. He's elected into a position, and he's been in jail, locked up for over 90 days because of his. And it's like over 150 times this guy has gone to jail because he won't. He knows he can't drive in their system. He don't have a driver license. He's not a driver, but still, the assembly can't get him out, and they choose not to take on that, that battle, because if they do it for that guy, then they're going to spend their whole, they're going to spend all their time fighting individual battles with people that, it's not assembly business, okay? But now what you're talking about might be assembly business for Florida or wherever this is taking place. I know that it's a volunteer movement, but us that swear an oath to the assembly as, like one of our founding fathers, we swear our sacred oath, and we give up our fortunes and our families. If, we know this is a volunteer thing, and we don't have any protections. We don't have any, we don't have the militia. We don't have the Army or the cops. They're not working for us as of yet. So I do take issue with when people volunteer and they know they're volunteering. If they choose to take on these responsibilities as part of the assembly, and then the de facto criminal mafia goes after them, you're simulating a legal process. Bullshit. These people are criminals, and the assembly is the de jure form of government. Who's simulating a legal process? The de facto.
Dave, if I may, point of order here. Let me just interject here. Let's get back on point.
I am on point. This is what I'm talking about. You're blaming Roger Dowdell for these people volunteering. You don't have any evidence, Mike. I'm sorry. You don't have evidence. You don't even know
Dave,
what all
you're out of order. You're out of order.
I am not out of order. I have the floor. Bullshit. Out of order? How am I out of order?
Stop your foul language as well.
Oh,
please. Come
on, Mike. No, this is not right. Look. When you first came on the scene, Mike, my gut told me you were an agent, okay? And we became friends, and I read you. I figured out who you were. I know you got a passion for this movement, but you are a bully. You're a bulldog, and people are afraid of you. Everybody thinks you're an agent, Mike. That's why they don't want you in their meetings. And you come across as this authoritarian who, you're going to run the show, and you don't like Roger because Roger's very mild-mannered. I haven't seen anything come out of Roger that would,
Everybody, I just muted Dave in the thumb, I believe Dave Chandler. And I can unmute him again at the direction of Michael. But this person in position of leadership is inclined to believe that David is just ranting against Michael with baseless accusations. And I'd like to give Michael some opportunity to respond here rather than David cussing and resorting to the exact non-Christian behavior that I think we were discussing earlier. Michael, would you care to assume the floor to kind of...
The point of order. Michael? I've got to interrupt with the point of order, Charles. Since way earlier in the call, you mentioned this Dave and the thumb being Dave Chandler. My ears perked up because I know Dave Chandler, and so I've been listening very carefully to see if this is Dave Chandler, and Dave Chandler would not exhibit that kind of behavior, and you've just now mentioned his name again, and I think as a point of order, you need to determine who this Dave in the Thumb is and get a last name, get a positive identity, because I am now very confused about what is going on in this call and who is involved in this call and who this person is, because it's not the Dave Chandler that I know. And so either you need to make an announcement that this is not Dave Chandler and make that with certainty, or determine who this person is. I yield.
Okay. I do. I guess I should unmute Dave here. Thank you for the correction, David. My notes indicated another name, but I can't find my notes there now. I'll unmute David. David, are you there?
I am. And I am not David Chandler. I don't know who David Chandler is. I never claimed to be David Chandler. My name is David DeRozier, and I am a member of the Michigan General Jural Assembly for about 2 years. And I've been on these conference calls with you, Charles, and I met David Scheid. We both live in Michigan. I knew him before he had his horrible, horrific, confrontation with the medical mafia and DTE, and he shared his RICO busters with me on one of your calls when you were in Oregon. I've been on these assembly calls and these law calls for about 6 or 7 years, and I'm not afraid to say who I am, and I don't think I'm out of order. Okay, I use some slang language. You know what? I don't think it's unchristian. I hear a lot of Christians use language much worse than I've used, and I don't think I'm out of order. I think I'm right on track here, and I'm just being upfront. And I told Mike, I respect Mike. I know he worked his ass off to get this movement going in the right direction. But I got to tell you, Mike, with all due respect, if you don't want to join the assembly, why do you want to control it? I yield.
Well, in that point of order, I want to thank the opportunity to have clarified that was not Dave Chandler, and I will withdraw that point of order from this point forward. I yield.
Thank you, both Daves. I found I got too many Daves in my Michigan area here in my address book. Thank you for clarifying your family name there, Dave. I adjusted my notes. I apologize. Thank you, Dave Scheid, for pointing out that Dave Chandler is incorrect. I apologize for my misspeaking there. I would like to briefly address the base issue and why I'm rather sided with Michael in this dispute. Is that it's not so much about just the words. It's about the pattern of behavior that is manifesting in a lot of the conferences. Brad is going through similar problems with the leadership of the Beacon 37 Republic group. It's happening all over the place, in that what we've got is frequently, I believe, maybe not all of these groups, but many of them are I believe, actively engaged in what the FBI created, the COINTELPRO program. They call it, that's an abbreviation for counterintelligence program that they did in the 60s to oppose the patriots that wanted to shut down that criminally evil Vietnam War. They went in and they infiltrated the anti-war activists, and they shut them down by putting subversives in there that were screwing everything up so that nothing decent could be accomplished. And over and above individual specific wordings and individual instances, and even the case about the fella in Florida that got railroaded through the corrupted courts off into jail. That kind of stuff happens, but it's the manner in which the conference is being hosted and conducted. Brad was talking about this in the Beacon 37 Republic group. The people in those positions of leadership are control freaks. They want to control everything. They want to micromanage everything. They don't give reasonable opportunity for dissenting opinions to be voiced on the merits. They shut it down. They're control freaks. They strut around like banny roosters, like they're the only ones that God has blessed with any brains whatsoever. And Roger Dowdell and Destry, and to a lesser extent Paul, they're all guilty of that. And so's Jim Wright, and so's John Daresh. A lot of them. They're control freaks and egomaniacs, and they fit the profile precisely of an FBI COINTELPRO program. And that's why I side with Michael on this, Dave, because I'm quite convinced that Roger Dowdell, he's a control freak, and he's manipulating the conferences. I'm sorry that might be a rude awakening to you or a rude proposition, but that's my opinion on the matter. I yield.
Okay, I'd like to respond to your question.
Oh, go ahead.
No, Dave, you may not.
I said go ahead.
I've been waiting to respond to the malicious attacks, personal attacks made against my name, but I don't need to. The behavior that was displayed by Dave and the Thumb is self-evident, and I do not need to respond to it. But I will say this, that this activity in these multiple groups of these leaders, so-called leaders, that have been displaying a control behavior, an egomaniac behavior, this demands attention. It demands redress, and it demands answers. When multiple people are going to jail that have had association with a certain individual named Roger Dowdell, and 2 that are awaiting trial on 4 felony charges, this demands answers. And at this time, Roger Dowdell is refusing to answer openly and publicly to those who are involved with him. This, again, does not need a response. It's self-evident. This behavior is suspicious. I've been accused of being an agent, but give me your evidence. Give me your reason. This accusation has followed me for 30 years. It started up at Ohio State University. Then it moved to Michigan. Then it moved to Florida. And it's baseless. There is no evidence. I am an open book. My activities are documented going back to 1987. I can prove who I am, what I've been doing. An agent doesn't do what I do. I ask good, tough questions that demand answers that are controversial to the egomaniac types, to those who want to control and exercise an inordinate amount of power over the people. Yes, they hate my questions, and it does cause division. But that's okay, because they're questions that need answers. It's just that simple. This is not rocket science. We do not censor voices. Look at what happened to Reba. She was doing great work, getting people to come into the assembly. She was doing a nightly radio show and getting people involved. And then all of a sudden, the assembly, the National Assembly, feels threatened, and they trump up some false charges against her and smeared her name. I might not agree with everything Reba talks about. I might not agree with many things she talks about. That's not important. But the fact is, what happened to her and how it happened and who did it. There's another aspect of that pattern of behavior aside from people getting arrested, look what happened to Reba. And it's happening to others. And they'll be accounted for. You can't go about yourself doing things like this, making false accusations, smearing people publicly, and it not go challenged, it not go unaccounted for. Believe me, it's going to be accounted for. And this is just the beginning. I yield.
Thank you, Michael. Dave or anybody else care to continue on this point any further?
Yeah, I have one last comment, if I may.
Michael? Who asked if I may?
Dave and the Thumb.
Dave, go ahead, please.
So my last comment is, if you folks don't like the leadership of the assembly in your township, your county, your state, or the national, my suggestion is join your assembly, okay? Join your countymen, your statesmen, and that's the only way you can change it, is if you join it. You can't change it from the outside. You can only change
you
it
expose it. You expose it, Dave, and that's what we're doing.
Join the assembly, Mike, and then change it. If you think you can do better than everybody else is doing, do it. But you're not.
No, we're exposing Roger Dowdell and Destry in the National Assembly because they're frauds. We care about people. We're not selfish. We care about innocent people being led astray and deceived. That's why we're going to expose it for the frauds they are. They're dishonest, dishonorable men. Roger Dowdell, Destry, Paul, and what's the other guy's name? Darren.
If I may, this is David. That comment from David and the Thumb, I just wanted to say that very much reminded me of a conversation that I had with former Chief Justice State of Michigan, Michigan Supreme Court, when she personally told me that she was trying to change for years the corruption of the Michigan Supreme Court by being part of it. And it was at the point where she realized that it wasn't going to make a difference whatever she did from an insider's perspective, that she decided to quit the Michigan Supreme Court, and she wrote her book, Judicial Deceit, Tyranny and Unnecessary Secrecy at the Michigan Supreme Court, about 3 inches thick, and after blowing the whistle on the corruption of the Michigan Supreme Court, and going in front of the entire state as far as the media goes, standing next to her pastor, exposing the corruption. So it's not 100% of the time that philosophy of joining it, because that's the only way that's going to work, and I kind of concur based on that with Charles and with Mike in Florida. I yield.
Thank you, David. I know I'm inclined to believe our assembly here has a general consensus, and that Dave in the Thumb we've laid a lot of heaviness on Dave, and I don't think we should try to belabor the issue or to pressure him to change his mind right now, but maybe he will talk to God about it, a little bit of prayer, and have some time to contemplate what our general consensus here is, and maybe we're wrong. Maybe God will inspire us all to realize that we're wrong. I don't think so, but maybe that'll happen. And so if we all keep good Christian humility here, and we just agree to put the discussion here about the specifics of that Michigan Assembly's merits and of their leadership, if we can perhaps put it on a back burner and perhaps continue on with our general agenda item 4 on constitutional convention issues, wherein issues like this need to be addressed. That's exactly what a constitutional convention does. It addresses real issues instead of cumbersome statutory procedure goofiness. I'm glad we're talking about organic issues here. This is exactly what, the word constitutional means organic. We're having organic conversations here about real issues to real people. So this is where we need to go, and I look forward to continuing even further along these lines as not only in this conference but in our future conferences. Comments, questions,
Charles?
Anybody before we proceed? Anybody?
Yeah, Charles, David, I've got to get off, and it's been nice, and thank you for the last, 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 45 minutes that I've been on, so thank you. I got to go.
Take care, David.
All right. Bye, everybody.
See you, Dave.
All right. Continuing on. Yes, we've still got a decent-sized little group here. And we can relax our formalities a little bit more. I'd like to jump down to agenda item 4.2 to the last portion of the opening paragraph that talks in terms of organic real-time political election process, because I believe that relates to the current issue that we were just discussing of confidence in our leadership. And I believe common law, Israelite Torah law, provides an implied mechanism. See, the Roman Empire slave traders have messed with our collective consciousness, and the textbooks available don't have all the answers. But when you comprehend that the 10-household township community is a very small number, that's 10 people that are involved in the political process for deciding who will be the leader of that 10-household township community. See, at that point, there's not an infinite amount of variables like in the presidential election of the USA. There's an infinite amount of variables in that because there's 300 million people here in the USA, and party politics dominates, and so all of that 300 million people are reduced to only two candidates that are evil one and evil two. You get your choice between lesser of the evils because it's a majority rule process, and it's controlled and it's manipulated because it's not following the biblical Torah law or common law consensus building model. For example, and this applies to our national issues too, and the National Assembly that Dave in the thumb, I forget how to pronounce his real last name, and others are referring to, the Beacon 37 Republic group, they claim, Dave in the thumb was suggesting, well, change it from the inside, work within the group to do it. We've got other groups contesting with the National Assembly for the legitimacy of their claim to be the singular authority to decide what is best for the Republic of the people of the USA. See, Anna von Reitz has got her own group. John Darish has got her own group. Beacon 37 Republic, Jim Wright has their own group. which is currently splitting into other groups that are each claiming at least some legitimacy as the legitimate government of the USA. So when Dave and the Thumb suggest, well, work with it, I'm sorry. The Republic, the Organic People's Republic, is bigger than the group that just is controlled by Destry and Roger Dowdell and Paul. They are not in position to monopolize the forum in which this process evolves, for lack of better terms. And we are contesting with them too, and we're firmly breaking away from their agenda here, as Michael is suggesting. I just went through a lot there. I should pause at that juncture. I've got more I can say, but yeah, the organic real-time political process addresses those from the township issue, but I'll take a pause here. Dave, in the Thumb, or anybody, comments, questions? I yield. I can continue on. If there's no objection.
I'd like to comment. This is Mike in Florida.
Mike, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'd really like to hear from Brad as well. But at this moment, I would just say that this is something that needs to happen. These different groups that have proven themselves to be less than honorable, the leadership I'm speaking of, not the membership, the leadership.
Right.
This is a pattern, another pattern. You know, we've been talking about patterns of behavior tonight. And the pattern of leadership in these different patriot groups is obviously in the wrong direction. We must give attention to this pattern of behavior. It needs to stop. It needs to change. And we need to come up with a model of structure that does not allow it to be repeated. And the more transparency we have, the better we'll be. Nothing should be done in secret. Everything should be open and honest and truthful. And nothing should be hidden whatsoever. Nobody's speech should be censored unless they're doing something that's harmful to the group. And that would be determined by the group, not by any one particular person. But I think these kinds of things have been going on for quite a while in the Patriot movement. I remember when the Tea Party first got started. The same thing was happening there. You had all these egomaniacs running around claiming they had the authority and the power of this group of people or that group of people. And it was disgusting. You know, these are midget men. They're little Napoleon types. You know, they get a little bit of power and it goes right to their head. I've seen them over the years. It's disgusting. And we need to devise a method, perhaps a website. I'm actually thinking if we were to develop a website that could facilitate our meetings and our groups, where each group would have its own sovereign website. And you could develop your own consensus, your own consent of the governed on your site, in your community. And then when we come together as a whole, kind of like a mini Continental Congress or a mini county Congress, then you would have a consensus to bring forward to the body as a whole. And that way it would also expedite the meetings. We wouldn't have these long, drawn-out discussions on what it is we need to talk about. We could come together with a predetermined agenda for each one of us, whether it be a county or a state. And then we make our presentation to the body in assembly, in the whole. And I think that would really prevent a lot of these arguments and long delays. And we could even have polling capability or voting capability on the websites regarding different issues or regarding different positions. a miniature electronic Congress, if you will. And that's what we're developing. We are currently in the process of developing such a website. So when we get it further along, we'll roll it out for you guys to examine and check out. But I think we need to figure out a way to avoid all these time-consuming arguments and shouting matches, and we need to also agree that we don't need to yell at each other. There's no reason to be yelling or screaming at anyone. Now, sometimes heated debate does occur. If you read the minutes of the Constitutional Convention, you will find that there were almost fistfights. And even a duel occurred later on in our history between Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton. And I think the right man died. I yield.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Thank you, Michael. And that original Constitutional Convention was held in secrecy, and it established a Roman Empire model of government that was at odds, in opposition to the Articles of Confederation, which were very common law. So we've got a long history of these precise problems continuing with our American national organic body politic. We've been governed by advocates of the Roman Empire slave trading model of government, municipal government, pretty much since 1789, when the U.S. Constitution document was formalized. And technically speaking, there were problems with the Declaration of Independence. Yeah. This is why the concept of the qualified electors, that's rooted in biblical Torah law. Everybody has to be a responsibly self-governing member of a smaller jurisdiction, township, community. And at that point, we're filtering out the problem people at the grassroots instead of allowing them to come in like Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton or the Bushes or even Donald Trump and claim legitimacy without going through the filtering process from the grassroots, from being affirmed as a qualified elector first. If you don't support due process of law in a meaningful manner, including the jury trial rights, then you got no business being a contender for the presidency of the executive department of the government of the most powerful nation on this earth. That's an insane manner of conducting elections, but it's precisely what George Washington and Alexander Hamilton and the other advocates of slave trading municipal government arrived at. Fortunately, there was a number of people that raised heated issues, but like Michael said, it was heated debate. It wasn't heated enough. They should have... I get angry about all the injustices that have been done in the past, including that secretive Masonic Constitutional Convention thing, but we can put all of that off because we now comprehend how Israelite Torah law merges with traditional common law under our American constitutional system of government as modernly interpreted, and we can do it better. We've got the tools in the toolbox now with modern technology and research and things to build the whole system from the ground up right, correctly. It's self-evident to be fully accountable, and only people in positions of authority and leadership are people who truly deserve that because they are intellectual and they are humble and they've got the best interests of the people at the heart, and they are competent to provide real meaningful leadership for the group. We can do this. We can put it together, but it takes humility and open-mindedness and opportunity for individuals to rise on the merits of their points that they're advancing, instead of control freaks like Roger Dowdell and Jim Wright and John Darish monopolizing everything and shutting it down. See, that's what's killing us. That's exactly what's killing us. And I want to humbly support Michael in his courage. Sometimes Michael is a little bit gruff, and I have to disagree with him, but Michael's got courage. And when he sees something wrong, and he's usually right about when he calls things out wrong, he's got the courage to stand up and speak out about it, and that is such a precious asset. I really want you to compliment you on that point, Michael, and the manner in which you're moving to bring Roger and the others to accountability from that National Assembly group. So at that point, I'll yield again for comments from David and Thumb or Michael or anybody else that'd like to continue on with this line of discussion. I yield. Anybody?
I'll take a stab at it.
Brad, excellent. Come on in.
Yeah, it's really disheartening for everybody when these people pop their heads up, and the even more disheartening part is that there's people that follow them and believe that it's righteous, and it's when we know that it's not. You know, we've all worked many years really, really hard, and we all have good intentions. We may not always agree, but that's okay too. But I agree with you that we can do this without yelling or screaming or swearing or any of that. None of it's necessary. It's just negative energy, and all of us only have so much energy. But when Michael was saying about getting together and maybe exchanging moderators or facilitators or whatever we want to call them, how maybe we should start thinking on those lines, how we can have a call specifically about that. I would like to point out a couple of things that Bill is, who is the other gentleman that is part of the call that we put together, and is working with somebody in California that has a studio, and they're going to be able to do videos and audios and be able to make available to all different levels of people. One of the things that's happening on the calls a lot is when new people come in, they want to be able to hear. They want us to go all the way back to the beginning and teach them the same things that we've all learned, and I don't think that's really feasible. So there is a studio being set aside. We've got a banker working on some funds, and that's kind of troubling at the moment, but we keep hearing that that's going to move forward. So I'm highly in favor of all of us getting together. You know, Stuart's coming on the call, and Michael, you'd be welcome to come on, and if you could put some kind of a talk together about how we can make that happen. I'm sure we'd have a lot of followers, but I have a lot of people that have said these words to me, that wherever Brad goes, we're going to go. Well, this union thing is just a call. It's not a group, and yes, we are in the midst of a big split with Beacon 37 Republic and Jim, and he does have a handful of people that are following and doing all the injustices that need to be done in order for this to happen. So this is, I believe I've heard 4 or 5 times in Jim Wright's history since the days going all the way back to Tim Turner and Rapp and Russo and all those different the beginnings of where we're at today. So I don't like to think bad things of anybody, but it's the same situation as this other gentleman that you're speaking of. When bad things keep following the same people in certain circumstances, it's kind of hard to not try to consider that there's some common denominator here. I don't like that thought, but I'm at the point where I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight those fights anymore. I don't want to be. I grew up in a world where rough and tumble world where we used to beat each other up and then sit down and buy each other a beer, and that's not the world I want to be in anymore. It took a long time for me to find Jesus Christ and to change my ways and change my temperament. So I don't want to waste any more energy on those things. I want to just move things forward. So whatever we can have for a discussion to talk about that is something that I'd be more than welcome to be part of. I yield.
Thank you, Brad. Michael, do you have anything you'd like to respond there, or does anybody? I yield.
I just want to say I agree with what he just said. I hear, absolutely. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you both. And Brad, interesting point. I'm glad you shared about the video protection facility that may be dropping into your lap here in California. That would be a nice asset to the efforts that we're sharing here. I'm real optimistic about something similar that I think, something similar, and if they both happen at the same time, that would be really super, but they might not happen at the same time. In section 4.4 in our agenda thing here, I talk about economic incentives, and I've been revisiting this on our previous conferences. In fact, I think I've got, under this section, I think I've got, there's a video there. It's not a highlighted video link. You'd have to copy and paste it. I'll adjust that in future versions. But the economics issue, I think, and I know Brad and a number of the other groups are working on it with John Root, and I'm coming to this from a bit of a different angle than John Root and the other people that Brad is working with from the Beacon Republic, their group. And I believe it can all be done way simpler than what the current good patriotic efforts from John Root and the others are currently suggesting. And I'm in the process. I've little stuff. Living hand to mouth really takes away from your ability to produce research documents that break through the mechanisms of the evil empire that they're using to control us. But I'm making progress in composing documents that I believe will explain how economic incentives can be allocated as rewards to honorable individuals to finance any project which advances grassroots empowerment for Americans' common people. We can just start assigning credits to people who are doing good work, keep a record of it on a public web page, and at that point, those credits can be honored by other people, other patriots. and in fact, we can add 10% when we give economic resources to Michael Zarzano or David Scheid or Brad Herrick or anybody else that is doing good work, and they take some of their credits and they want to buy a new computer or buy some organic produce from the local organic farmers. Anybody that takes our credits in form of payment, they actually get 10% extra added to what they get. If a new computer costs $500, they get $550 in our credits. So to speak. I don't want to use the term dollars. Von Nothaus in the Liberty dollar thing, that was part of why the IRS prosecuted him. So I like to avoid the term dollar, but I call them silver credits, grams, equivalents of value of goods and services. I'm writing it out. It'll be idiot-proof. But the ability, all of the essential elements are right here in front of us. We've just got to incentivize people at the proper juncture to start using a system of credits that we are engineering, and then incentivize them by adding more credits when the second person accepts as payment the first person's credits that has done some good patriotic work that got assigned our constitutional credits, common law credits, whatever we want to call them. And so this can be done. And when we break through this artificially engineered obstruction of our ability to flow commercial economic currency resources to credit our local communities of local activist people, when we break through that, everything is going to pretty much fall in our lap. It'll be like a wildfire taken off in dry grass. Everybody will start doing it. It will automatically take control away from the centralized bankers that are oppressing us, because it'll be a grassroots controlled organic body politic alternative economic system. So I'm really, really, really optimistic that we're going to build something really good, real soon, and video production offices like what Brad's talking about out of California, and good people coming together and electing competent leadership instead of the Judas goats that are misleading us all the time. As we start fine-tuning this process where we've got competent leaders and good policies that we're following, we're going to take control away from the de factos. We're going to empower the grassroots seriously, and it's going to be a game changer. They're going to be standing there with stupid looks on their face because they will no longer be in control. They will still have opportunity to influence us. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. It's going to be a long time before we get Satan and his minions vanquished from this earth. They will be players in our more organically accountable communities that we're establishing. They will continue to try to disrupt, and they will have some successes. But our ability to cut through their smoke and mirrors deception is going to take giant steps forward. Giant steps. We're going to be making big improvements real soon here, I do believe, and it's going to point people. Light bulbs will be going off in people's heads all across the USA. And see, when those light bulbs are going off in people's heads, oh, I could do this. I can see how this will improve my living situation. Organic farmers are a prime target. They have difficulty marketing what they're doing. Once we get an organic economic system in place, those organic farmers, they'll just be distributing what they can produce in a quick, efficient manner to our 100 court of each of our precincts in the USA, and they will handle the distribution instantly through volunteers in the precinct. It won't be the farmer's problem, and the farmer will receive an economic rewards credit in reasonable proportion to what he has contributed to the collective nutrition of our community. See, it can all happen in real quick and efficient manners, but we just got to get the dead weight and the obstructions purged so that the more enlightened and more responsible people can start directing our economic energies and our political energies in more constructive and productive manners. So again, I'm kind of hogging the microphone. I don't mean to do that, but comments, questions on what I'm saying, or we're kind of, the conversation's going a little bit long here. I'm willing to hang on for a while, but comments, questions, anybody, as maybe we're moving closer to the end of our discussion here. Anybody? I yield.
Yeah, this is Mike in Florida. I think that we need to focus on unity, but not for the sake of unity. It's got to be for the sake of justice and transparency and remedy.
Yeah, right on, Mike.
Yeah, it really needs to be facilitated by, I believe, a website. It's too difficult and expensive, obviously, for us to ever gather together in person. But if we could do this with a website that would make functioning possible, such as, having the ability to vote, having the ability for a profile page. And this is what we're working on. We've been working on it for quite some time. We will be able to provide all the participants a website, either for their region or for their state and even for their county. And there would be a monthly fee involved. We're not sure yet on what that amount will be, but it would be minimal. But the power in such a website will be in the fact that we're unified and we're deliberating and we're voting and we're deciding what our consent is or what it is not. And each state will have their own sovereign ability, to manifest their voice, their consent, their redress, their remonstrance. And they will be able to do it without some big dictator lording over them. And that's what needs to happen. And once we can do that, I think you'll see it grow exponentially. And we've been provided, some funding, nothing extravagant, but we do have some funding available to make this happen, and that's what we're in the process of doing. And if you go to County Congress, you'll get a bit of a sample of it. And also countynation.org. That's going to be the main theme, County Nation. And that's where we have the most power, in our own county at the grassroots level, where we are known and where we know our fellow man, our peers. And that's the easiest path of least resistance that we have to organize and to become powerful with our voice. And that's what we're seeking to assemble with a website that is tailored specifically to those needs. So I'll leave it at that. There's another website we have kind of as a model, UnitedCountiesOfAmerica.com. And we have a declaration on there, declarationofemergency.com. and that's an overview of the deep state and remedy modeled after the founders. Organizing at the lowest grassroots level with committees of safety and committees of correspondence and a county Congress and a Supreme Court of Law. We can assemble this in a package and do it on websites in cyberland, and we'll be cyber pioneers, if you will. So that's it. That's all I have. It's getting late, and I'm sure everybody wants to go to bed or retire for the evening, so I'll yield for anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. There's only 4 of us in the conference here, Brad and Michael and Cindy and myself. And I think I covered everything that I was wanting to articulate in our agenda here. Is Cindy or Brad have any other closing comments before I go ahead and put a wrap on our conference here this evening?
Yeah, I'd like to just say one final thing. Like I stated earlier, have people from around the world who have been contacted. I was contacted by the Middle East. He's been contacted by Armenia, and there's hundreds of thousands of American Armenians that are paying attention to what we're doing on the union call. And we have a lot of people from around the world, because what happens in this country is going to affect the whole world. I've been shown more riches than you could ever imagine, and they're trying to get it to the point where it can be fungible, and they want to help us, and the bankers are shutting it down, but hopefully we're going to have some success. And when that happens, it's not just going to be for Bill and I. It's going to be part of what we do to make sure that it gets trickled down through all these republics. So hopefully, once there's some money in it for people, then all of a sudden it's going to become a whole different world. Myself personally, I believe that those that are here now, that are doing it voluntarily, as humanitarians, are the ones that we really want. So what will happen is a good portion of that money will be for training jurors and training people to train the jurors, and have places to train jurors and things like that. So if we need computers, or we need whatever we need, places to make recordings and videos, and so people can be brought up to speed, the new people. Hopefully in the very near future, at some level, we'll have the opportunity to bring that forward. So just say a prayer, everyone, because it's being worked on, and we're setting up a meeting somewhere down south to have discussions on such things. So just say a prayer. We can move this thing forward once that happens in warp speed.
Warp speed.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. That's good. One thing I can't help before we put a wrap on it here. You're devoting money, resources to training jurors as to how to be responsible jurors. I would dare suggest that the optimal strategy there would be to invest in getting jurors involved in real court cases, like the ones that we were discussing earlier, and some of them are actually before our court here. If we're bringing jurors together and adjudicating cases by applying traditional due process of common law, then that will be the absolute best training environment for newbies, and actually the older people that think they know how to do the training, they'll be backing up and taking notes and changing their opinion of what their training program should be as the individual cases are unfolding before them, because it's an educational process in the moment as people are trying to apply traditional common law due process principles to the particular issues involved in the specific case then before the court, the assembly. So that would be the only modifier that I would want to add to your particular choice of words there, Brad.
Yeah, my particular choice of words may not be as eloquent as yours or other people that I've spoke at great length about that, like Hartford Van Dyke. I've spent many hours speaking with that gentleman, and he's quite a character. I don't know if anybody's had the opportunity to speak with him. He's a great man. Between him,
go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
You mentioned him within the last couple of weeks, and him and I used to talk regularly, frequently, and I gave him a call here last week or so and talked to him, and it was good to hear his voice again. But keep in mind, Hartford has kind of got a narrow niche there in commercial law. He's not really a specialist in organizing our responsibly self-governing communities. So while he's got a lot of general good ideas and good gut instincts, I think it's important to keep in mind that even profound scholars like Hartford have their limitations and usefulness and the particular unique problems that this effort at organizing responsibly self-governing communities is presenting to us.
Yeah, well, I don't consider myself the sharpest knife in the drawer on this subject, nor do I consider myself sharpest knife in the drawer for any of these subjects. I just know a little bit about a lot of subjects, and I'm really good at bringing people together. So, So there's my little niche. But we can. This particular week, I've made a promise that we're going to go through the 12 presumptions and the other items that are part of that package that we've been talking about on the union call. So maybe the following week we can make that our subject, where you and Bill can again have a meaningful conversation about how to just do that. I feel like we're pretty close we're not going to have a major breakthrough with some of the funds that some of these other countries are hoping to share to get this up and running. But we've been promised enough money to get a considerable amount of stuff done. So let's just see how all that goes, and then we'll have some banter about how to put it all together, and then we'll put it to the people how they want to get things started and make it all happen. One of the things that I've been saying now for a long time, a couple of years now, that what our job is in a republic is to facilitate what the people want. And I get in discussions with some of these guys, especially in my own group, that feel as though they have the right to do specific things when we haven't even. I know in Massachusetts we've got a couple of communities, but most of the states don't have any communities, so they're not even aware of what the people are going to ask for yet. I don't think what the people are going to ask for is going to be completely aligned with what we believe, or how we believe. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for them, and we've yet to bring them together to give us a direction. We believe, I mean, we know the correct direction, but that may not be how when the communities start going together, how they want us to move forward. So that's yet to be determined. And like I said, I don't think everybody, and I know in my own state here in Massachusetts, there's the majority of the people don't think like I do, which is fine. I still represent my state and allow most of my General Assembly to make decisions more aligned with what the people would more than likely choose. So let's just hope and pray that we can lead them down a correct path.
Yeah, and if I might, Brad, that's where the rubber meets the road, because there are universal principles of natural organic law that need to be followed, and as our grassroots community is becoming organized, our different grassroots communities, again, there's going to be people that are either ignorant or subversive that are posturing like they know what they're talking about and they know the best interests of the common people. And so the trick is encouraging all of those people that are voicing their opinion to go ahead and voice their opinion and try to build a consensus around their issues, but realizing that gently and respectfully, all of those smaller communities need to conform with the universal principles of natural organic law. Okay, because we can't allow breaches of the peace, we can't allow acts of aggression. There are things that we just can't do, and we don't care how much democracy, majority rule there might be behind it. If there's a group of people that are not maintaining qualified elector status, that are advocating something that is in violation of the higher natural and organic laws which must govern this universe, then a separation has to occur, like what you're talking about with Jim Wright and the Destry and Paul group that Michael was talking about. Because they're not concerned about those things. They're just control freaks. We're the only ones that are talking about bringing the grassroots people into harmony with natural organic laws. And see, at that point, it don't matter whether it's Charles Stewart in leadership or Brad Herrick or Michael Zarzano. We just want harmony between the grassroots and the natural organic principles of the universe. It's not about us as individuals, because we're humble guys. But the problems come in when the non-humble people start vying for positions of power. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of add that to your commentary, Brad. I'm glad you're participating there. I do expect to be on your Wednesday conference, and I'll kind of throttle back and I'll just try to play a supportive role and just looking towards building a consensus with Bill and everything there and around my issues on the Wednesday after that. And I do hope Michael might join with us on a more regular basis on those Wednesday calls too. So at that point, last call. Michael, Brad, any further comments there or questions, or should we go ahead and put a wrap on it here?
I'm good. It's been a good evening. I appreciate it.
I'm
Thank
good.
you.
God bless you all.
All right.
I'm gonna go.
All right. Good night, everybody. God bless you.
All right. Good night.
Good night.